changing status quo, but not in letting go. Now the world is being torn apart. A terrible catastrophe, played by a symphony. What a terrifying work of art. I can't sit idly, no, I can't move at all. I curse the name, the one behind it all. Discord, I'm howling at the moon and sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did we do to make you take our world away? Discord, are we a prey alone, or are we just a stepping stone for taking back the throne? Discord, we won't take it anymore, so take a tyranny away. Discord, I'm howling at the moon and sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did we do to make you take our world away? Discord, are we a prey alone, or are we just a stepping stone for taking back the throne? Discord, we won't take it anymore, so take a tyranny away.
two of me. Don't worry about this. I definitely checked this before stream started. Okay, there's Jackson. Hi! Hi! Hello, everyone! This isn't a scuff stream. You're a scuff stream. Don't worry about it. I found this name in the budget bin. Wait, what? Also, Jackson, hello? Jackson, hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Let's do some
It's
quick...
funny because
Oh.
you were muted, so I was like, do I mute? Do I...
No, I just panicked. Okay, let's do some hellos. Hello, Diaki, who is unfortunately the winner of the free kiss. So, not unfortunately for Diaki, but unfortunately for the people that missed it. Words. We're starting off we're starting off great. Diaki, this kiss is for you on your sweet little forehead. Mwah! Hello Ricky, hello Cuckoo, hello Kinney, hello Rose Dark Night Shadow. You will have to tell me if you prefer something else, because Rose Dark Night Shadow is quite a long name, so if you prefer just Rose, you will have to let me know. Alien, hello! Bumble, hello! Bite, hello! Did I get everything?
You say hi to me. I said hi in there.
Oh, well, that's awkward. I actually said hi before I unmuted myself. There you go. You just obviously missed it.
I had stream audio open. I've been chilling. In fact, that's how I knew. I was like, should I unmute or should I wait for her to come in here and tell me to unmute?
And Diaki redeemed a kiss
the program
for everyone else? That's a lot of kisses. Who wanted a kiss? Ricky wanted a kiss and Kenny wanted a kiss. So, Ricky, this kiss is for you. Mwah! And Kenny, this kiss is for you. Mwah! I hope everyone's doing well today. You actually spelt it wrong, so that's awkward for you. Rosé for sure? Okay, I will try and remember that. I will try and lock that away in the old noggin. And people redeem some stuff. Do I like rosé? It's the wine that I tend to drink over others because I don't really like wine, but it is the fastest way to get me inebriated. Is that the right word?
Yeah, that's the right word for libations and such. I don't know, I like sweet wine better. I definitely am just a sugar fiend, I think, when it comes to alcohol. Like, I like Aperol spritzers because it's got a shit ton of Prosecco.
I want it to not taste like alcohol, basically.
Right, exactly. A lot of mango, a lot of citrusy, something fruity.
What did I miss? What are people talking about?
When the chat just has a conversation without...
I'm like, guys, include me!
Even in my own stream, it's like high school.
What's better than Ichigo? 2 Ichigos! Well, the Ichigo is gone now, unfortunately, but, you know, you get moving me, even though the old Ichigo was also very lovely. Your face is a scuff stream? Fantastic, thank you. And Bite, this kiss is for you. Mwah! Sweet Copperberg is amazing. Strawberry and Lime Copperberg is my favorite.
I don't know what Copperberg is. Is that a brand of rosé?
It's a brand of cider.
Ooh, strawberry cider sounds poppin' for real.
Yeah, strawberry and lime soda is really good. Cider is really good. Okay, let me get my 5-minute timer up. You have to be posh as well now. You have to crack out your Oh, it started. Okay. You have to crack out your finest British accent.
Yes, well, I don't exactly know what this is, so I'll just be doing an augmented form of David Copperfield. That's not his name. What is the BBC broadcast narrator?
The what?
The Firefly is an amazing spectacle of nighttime illumination.
David Attenborough, but That did not
That's the
really
chap.
sound like David Attenborough.
Well, I'm a bit out of practice. I haven't had cable since the 2010s.
I was expecting you to say I like rosé because it's pink. I mean, Richard, don't get me wrong, I love pink, but it does not mean I love everything that is pink. It's better if it comes in pink automatically, but it doesn't mean that I like it.
Do you have any examples of pink things that you're not quite fond of?
Not quite fond of. Let me think of every single pink thing that exists.
I know you're not a fan of jams that have seeds in them.
A fan of what? Oh, jams! Yes. I have a rather strange aversion to certain textures, and I don't really like when jam has, like, lumps of fruit in it, even though that's how people enjoy it in the upper class. Of course they enjoy it with the chunks, but I definitely prefer a smoother jam. But that's not really pink. I'd say that's usually more of a red. Although pink is really just diet red. Your tummy doesn't like pink? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. You usually go for some cherry beer. I have never had cherry beer. I am not really a beer kind of person. I have only had regular beer. I do wish to try, what is it called? Mead. Yes, I want to try mead. Because that is mainly honey, I believe. But please correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Jackson, are you still there?
I'm not gonna lie, this is very difficult to maintain, so I opted to just stay silent.
It's rather strange when you're not talking. I assume something's gone wrong.
Assume I'm dead in a ditch somewhere if I've stopped.
I'd say that's quite right about you, though, in the nicest way possible, would you not say?
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
Oh, that is a song. That is one thing I'll say in this accent over and over.
Indubitably. What does that mean now, Jackson?
Have we got on that timer then?
We have 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Christ.
If you could explain to chat what indubitably means, that could take some time up.
Oh, of course. But a moment. It's an adverb, comparatively more indubitably, superlative most indubitably, in a manner that leaves no possibility of doubt, undoubtedly.
What is playing right now?
Should have probably stretched that one out instead of just jabbering on, huh?
I don't know what is playing right now. I hope I do not get bonked for that. We're fine. Okay. Shall we go over to the part where the party is?
Yes. Is the timer over?
You have 30 seconds, my dear. Now, I feel like we need to give it a little bit of an introduction to what we are doing right now.
Yes, what exactly is Tumblr?
I have been outed as a Tumblr user quite a few times in my chat now. Most of them by Bumble, who will never let me forget that, and that's the timer up. Okay.
Oh, God. I feel like a weight has been lifted.
But yeah, chat. Look, Bumble, if you're gonna call me out, I'm gonna call you out as well, okay?
That's only fair.
Exactly. But yes, I'm gonna say ex-Tumblr user. Does that mean I peruse it every now and then? Yes.
Okay.
Do I visit it every single day? No. Would I say I do it once a week? No. It's probably maybe a handful of times, maybe 3 times a month, if that. Probably twice a month. So I consider myself an ex-Tumblr user, considering I used to be on it every single day in, like, all of my spare moments.
So you've outed yourself as someone who's a bit older than me. The site apparently was founded in 2007. What were you up to prior to Tumblr's creation? Like, what was your microblogging site of choice at the time? You mentioned that other one, Diddy, Dotty, Biddy, something.
Bebo.
Bebo
was around, well, I don't think I was on Tumblr in 2007. It was a little bit later than that. So I was probably on Bebo around 2007. At 2007, I didn't even have internet. That's fair. It was definitely in that era. Like, did you ever have it? I don't know if you're, like, perhaps younger than me to have not dealt with this. Did you ever have on, like, a cell phone where you accidentally opened the internet and you were like, oh god, yeah, don't do that, like, it's gonna cost me my fucking, it's gonna cost me an arm and leg for this.
And it's got the picture of, like, the globe, and it's got the dots, and it's, like, struggling its best to get up there. I want to know people who use their Razr Motorola flip phone and fucking actually
I had friends who had that.
Like, surely... Huh?
I had friends. Like, I had a few friends that had the Motorola Razr flip phone.
You were the baddest bitch on the block in 28, if you were fucking...
I know, right? To be fair, though.
My dad had a Motorola flip phone. Well, it sounds like your dad was the baddest bitch on the block.
Ricky, go charge your phone. I did on your first phone and I thought I was dead. I also didn't have internet, so it's not like I would have done anything. That's fair. I mean, I think we got internet around... I don't know, because I would have been playing, like, Club Penguin and shit. So maybe, like, 2005? 4? I don't know. I had a phone that had a sliding keyboard. What is that?
So, you know how you had the phone that was like the little pill bug and it had the keypad?
A BlackBerry.
Now take the thing, right, they had the individual 1 through 9 and then the 3 on the bottom, and it had a very small screen. Now you take that whole phone, you rotate it 90 degrees sideways and flip the whole thing up.
I know what you mean now. Yeah.
Slice it in half and you've got the keyboard on that. Yeah,
I know what you mean.
That's what he means. Or
it.
Bumble is it. Right, that's what it means. Oh, so I didn't realize this. Tumblr in 2017, the reason why there was the ban on adult content was because of the Verizon thing.
They got bought out,
Is that because Yahoo acquired them? Or did Verizon purchase it from Yahoo?
I don't know. I don't really know anything about Verizon because we don't have them over here.
Okay. So, but basically when Verizon became the overlord, they immediately dropped that stuff because it caused like a huge drop in their stocks, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. God. Because I remember at one point people were like, "Oh my God, wait, what if PH buys Tumblr?" And they're like, "Listen, that's not what we want here. We're going the wrong way with this decision."
Yeah.
No.
They lost a lot of the user base from that decision because it was like the kind of place, because obviously you can put NSFW stuff on Twitter, but it was just kind of like there were a lot of communities on there who posted NSFW stuff.
I imagine somebody making their name for it because like MySpace, I believe, had a pretty tight grip on NSFW content.
I wasn't really around for MySpace. I was on it on its tail end. But like there was like maybe me and 3 of my friends that were on there, and then it was pretty much straight to Bebo, then to Facebook.
Right. I imagine Facebook swept a lot of the stragglers who were kind of segmented on the different ones. So this, I just looked up the numbers here. I didn't have a real grasp on how much of a community it was prior to the ban on adult content on Tumblr's site, but it was founded in 2007, and then on September 9th of 2011, the 10 billionth Tumblr post was made,
Holy
which
shit.
is insane.
I kind of want to know what the 10 billionth post was. Like, is it something that was, like, incredibly cursed?
You want to see what it is? It was celebrated with a script raining confetti on a user's dashboard.
Oh my god.
It was, so somebody reblogged the picture of it, and it was, it's a party, it's a party, it's a party. 10 billionth post Tumblr. You'd like to trade this confetti for a funfetti cupcake, and it's literally a little derp and derpette meme. Like the Le meme fucking, like, here you go. It's right here. You have to really zoom in, but it's literally like Derpet talking.
Oh my god!
And then Derpet looking at her phone, freaking out because there's confetti on the Tumblr site. So either that's not the 10 billionth post, or that person was freaking out because there was confetti. Like, oh my good god! Right?
But that literally could have been like, people post like the weirdest shit on Tumblr. It could have literally just been someone like, man, I want to suck cock right now. Like, it literally could have been anything. Like
pure shit. Just want to fuck the apple brownie or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it was in 2011. Think about the headspace of Tumblr in 2011.
Oh sweet god.
Ban. I want to get in there. I want to be in the trenches, much like when I was a child and I was around like my dad's, my dad's businesses and stuff, and like knowing these people 20 years later. I want to go back during the time of like 2008, 2009, and just see what people were like pre-internet and all that, and just to get a vibe check. Because I am such a fucking anthropologist when it comes to this old internet stuff. Because I told you, right? Like, 5 years ago, I had no internet. So for me, I am like obsessed with going backwards and like sifting through pop culture and picking up the little scraps of gold here and there, just like cobbling together an internet personality. But like, when I talk to people who have been through it already, it is so incredibly different. Like to hear like when I talk to you or to Riku or like Small or somebody about like stuff from the 2000s, they were there and experienced it, right? Like everybody is they all have a different perspective. Like, I didn't know who Ray William Johnson was at all until someone mentioned him to me, and I went through his content.
Can't believe that. Yeah.
It's crazy, right? The largest guy on YouTube at the time, probably like the forefather of reaction content on the internet. Like the dude who started like the doing your mom, doing your mom. Like, I had no idea who that guy was.
Yeah. I also experienced Once Assassin firsthand. So
I would love to talk about Once Cess because I'm so glad he's the first one.
Yeah, like he is like the epitome.
We can talk about Once Cess.
It was a time. It was because I think it was around the same time as like the height of the Super Hulock fandom as well. So there was just a lot of shit going on. Bebe, were you there for like what was it called? The Misha Apocalypse. That's what it was. Misha Apocalypse. So one of the actors from Supernatural, a show that I have never watched, I was also there. One of the actors in Supernatural, a picture of him, just the Super Hulock fandom decided they were gonna post that picture non-stop all day.
2013,
yeah,
where it just has everything as Misha Collins, the guy from Supernatural.
Yeah.
God, March
the
4th,
whole
2019.
dashboard.
Everybody take ourselves back to 2013 and see what you were doing that day during the Misha Apocalypse, right?
Baby, say don't worry about it.
What?
Maybe we were saying I was unfortunately a Homestuck, not a Super Hulock, and I was just saying that I was exactly the same.
That's funny. I feel like we should do something for next year, March 4th. We can do the 10-year anniversary of Misha Apocalypse.
Oh god. They probably are already planning something. I wouldn't be surprised. Barry, what's all this then? Ariel, hello! Ariel, I want you to know real quick. Jackson and I reference Barry, who is this man, so much. I don't know if you remember that, but we use it all. We use it all of the time, especially in reference to Tumblr sexy men-esque people.
I wanted to drop this today on her, like, Barry, who is this man? And do it again and again and again, right? Like, and then see if you know this man.
Yeah.
I'm really glad people are like, oh my god, my people, it's time to witness, right? Like, you've got your audience as like a really good niche of people who are like right on the cusp of Tumblr, and people who are down in the trenches in the D-Day of Tumblr as well, like.
Tumblr survivors, yeah.
Literally,
and the
right?
children
like
of Tumblr survivors.
This is Tumblr Anonymous, right? Like,
yeah.
Coming together
so yeah.
Okay, so apparently there's once-lings and once-luts. Could you tell me the difference between those?
I
two?
absolutely cannot. What the fuck is that?
Okay, so everybody's familiar with Onceler. I feel like just a quick once-over for it. We've got Ed Helms voicing the character from the 2012 movie The Lorax, is the tall, Twinkie-like fella in green suit and gloves, and his goal is to destroy an ecosystem to make Thneed, right? Now, this guy went wild on the internet, right? After that release, everybody fucking wanted to figure it out. They wanted to, like, get this fan base and all that, and, like, the national anthem of How Bad Can I Be fucking just all over the place.
I have never seen that film, but the fact that I know how bad can I be?
Can I be? Yeah.
Carry on, sorry.
Yeah, the fan base is largely female in their late teens and mid-20s in general, way out of the target audience for them, but the fandom seems to be largely aware of the fact and typically describes their experience of joining the fandom as weird, uncontrollable, and a sort of result of temporal insanity.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's, like, spoof art of the fandom, like, poking fun at themselves is very much, like, in the same vein of, like, the My Little Pony crowd who are just, like, joyful and fun to watch. But, like, other fandoms watch this fandom, they're like, ooh, boy, look at what... Let's open up the paper and see what they're up to today. So apparently there's two notable entries in this, which is the Swag Onceler and the Onceler Sexual Frustrations, which I don't know either, but they're individual pages on Tumblr specifically just for Onceler content.
Because, like I say, he is, like, I feel like he is the OG. Like, there were people thirsting over the Homestuck characters for sure, but I feel like the Onceler was, like, the birth of the Tumblr sexy man, right? Also, Peach, hello! Sorry, I wanted to say hello really quick.
Yeah, I figured I'd give you a pause so you can catch up with everybody and all that.
I think I skirted sexy man part of Tumblr. I sort of found the titty drawing section, stayed there. I am so happy for you that you never had to deal with that.
That's for the best.
Yeah. You joined around the Mishapocalypse. We were talking about the Mishapocalypse. I don't know if you were here.
It's going to be the 10-year anniversary coming up shortly this April.
And yeah, so we were just giving a quick, like, explanation of what Tumblr is for those who may not know. But yes, we're basically talking about all of the different Tumblr sexy men that we've got down here, and we're going to be rating them. Now, this is my personal opinions. It won't be, like, anyone else's, so, you know, and Jackson's here to explain who all of the characters that I may or may not know who they are. Also, what is a greedling? Do I want to know what a greedling is?
You can flip a coin and see if you want to know what a greedling is, because I can tell you who a greedling is. If you're familiar with Full Metal Alchemist at all. Now, I will tell you, Lin Yao and Greed are not on this list, which I consider a massive L, because that is a very, very viable sexy man. Greedling are people who are quite fond of the person Lin Greed is the name. It's Greed within Ling Yao's body in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So, you know, it's the GL.
Obviously, I know what Full Metal Alchemist is, but, like...
He's the Chinese fellow with this small ponytail, and he's got that almost like it's the high up karate. I don't want to say karate, but I just look up Greedling. You'll
Oh,
find the picture.
Greedling.
Yeah, Ling. It's one word. You'll find him. So that's what you're looking at is Full Metal Alchemist one. But when he's combined with Lin Yao, there you go. Yeah, that's sort of his look there. It's hard to explain. I want to say like the priest outfit because it's like the high collar, but I believe it's like a traditional like formal Chinese wear. I don't pretend much about Chinese stuff.
I don't really see anything wrong with this. I'm not gonna lie. Is it like a personality thing where it gets weird?
No, but I mean, it's the fact that greed is, he's the embodiment of avarice and all sort of stuff like that. And when he takes over Lin Yao, who's a very nice fella, it's sort of a man versus self thing, and a lot of people wanted to have sex with him like nobody's business. So
it's
I'm
like
sure
when
that
Dimitri goes crazy.
I think that's kind of. Master Shake better be on that list, Jackson. Borgie, you better not peek ahead.
Okay, let me just quickly catch up. Hi, Laserbears! I'm really sorry. Jelly, hello, it's lovely to see you here, and I'm glad that you are also here to enjoy Tumblr, ex-Tumblr user Anonymous, or Tumblr user Anonymous. Hello, Borgie. No. Hello, Bun. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say hello to everyone, and I will hydrate.
Feel free to cut me off whenever. Now, Jelly, I have to ask, were you a one sling or a one slut? Because a one slut is the darker side of the fandom who were participating in one cest, or one slur cest. And that's like the big thing that people are familiar with. If you've ever seen that small twink's ass anywhere on the internet, you can thank the one sluts for that.
I feel like...
I guess I should ask, if you haven't seen the film, what is your opinion of this character? Because I feel like you should watch the movie, and like we can come back to your opinion of him.
I've seen too much of this man to the point where I don't want to see the film, you know?
I can safely say that if you watch the film, you may have a very weird... like, you know how when you see something online or like you're in public and you see a reference to something that's a little cursed and you're like, oh, sweet Jesus, somebody mention it. It's like that. You watch the movie and you're like, oh my goodness, this man is normal here, and you people have... you just defiled him.
I feel like that's gonna be most of the things on this list, though. Like, I will say that we found this list and started going through it, I'd say a couple of months ago now. And we were just going like, why is this person here? Why is this person here? And then Jackson was like, this would make a good stream. So I have seen a few of the people on this list, but I still don't understand why some of them are here. For example, I can pick out the fucking crab from Moana.
Now, I can't help but note, obviously, the tier list is in nature very cyclical, and you can kind of jump around anywhere. I can't help but think that everybody's sort of getting ahead of themselves. We're going to do it in order. I have quite a lot to say about the Geico Gecko. Let me just say right there.
That's not a thing over here. It's a thing that I've heard people talk about from, like, cons and stuff, but...
It's funny because he has a British accent, and he's not over there.
He's not.
Can I say as a one little last opinion point of that, they did a Q&A with Ed Helms in a Twitter session, and he found out about Onceler Cest. If you want me to read his passage that's since been deleted.
Oh no.
So it didn't take long before a lot of the tweets were asking him about Oncest and all those sort of things, to which Ed Helms was apparently aware of and said such things. I heard there are people who have a sexual predilection, which is an amazing word I've never heard of. Predilection for my character in the Lorax named the Onceler, that having sex with the Onceler is referred to as Oncest, and someone just tweeted that, and that is very odd because he's not a real person. I do agree, however, that he's extremely sexy, but I can't condone sexual fantasy about the Onceler. I don't condone it.
What?
So there's a part 2 to that. He followed up with, after a explosion on that Twitter session, he felt the need to comment a second time. This is getting very creepy. If you're having sexual fantasies about my character in the Lorax, a cartoon character named the Onceler, then you need to talk to a professional psychologist and relationships counselor. I'm getting very, very freaked out about this. Go get psychiatric evaluation right now. All of it is in caps except for the word evaluation. I feel like is the result of him spelling it wrong, so it's capitalized it as a proper noun, but it's all kept it lowercase, so You know,
I
it's
feel
kinda-
like what happened there is he thought it was like a cute little thing that a couple of people were doing, so he was just playing along like ooh hoo hoo hee hee ha ha, and then he like heard the actual like how many
Oh,
people
God.
are participating, and he's like, oh god, this is actually a problem.
Have I sent you the Thanos? Oh, he horny.
Probably at some point.
It's like that. There's one last thing that it was like sort of the capstone on this whole conversation. He said, "This has become a community crisis. America is in crisis. There is a Onceler fetish that has gone out of control."
Oh god.
Don't knock on the doors that Tumblr unlocks, Ed Helms. This is your final warning.
Also, Jelly, is this you admitting that you understand the Sans hype?
Jelly might be a Sans appreciator.
A Sans appreciator. He fucked him out and found out he did! He did!
God, I just... There's so much, like, the bracketing and stuff, like, to see the amount of people on the Sexypedia, for the record, is the name of the official Tumblr Sexyman encyclopedia. I requested access to the official Google Doc. They haven't gotten back to me yet, but, you know, I was able to cobble together the rest of this information. But, yeah, I feel like there are Tumblr historians who have done unspeakable things that their ancestors will haunt them forever for in their exploits, you know?
Jelly has come out and been a very strong person. This is good progress for ex-Tumblr users as Anonymous. Acceptance is the first step, Jelly, so...
We've healed a lot of wounds here.
Yeah, accepting that you are sexually attracted to a pixelated skeleton. This is good work. I'm proud of you. I do not believe the 3 homesick characters I see on the top that is homesick specific, not Tumblr specific, but it's okay. I mean, those are the ones that got called sexy the most. Would you not agree?
I would say by definition a Tumblr sexyman is an individual who has gained quite popularity as a prolific sexual character
Gamzee
on the site Tumblr.
is up there,
right?
yeah.
So you've got these 3 people have gained a lot of traction on the site. All right, well, I guess do you want to rate the Onceler? Where would you put him as someone who's not seen
I mean,
it? Because
I've not seen it, yeah.
Put it this way, he does have a point where he's like, hey, we are killing this ecosystem, right? Like, part of the whole point of the story is that there's a kid who seeks to find a way to grow the thneed trees again. Sorry, the truffle of trees or whatever they're called. Truffula, I think. And so he talks to the Onceler, who is, you know, sort of sitting in mire of his own decisions, right? Like, his family came and sort of egged him on to continue to get all this money and stuff, and then at the end he decides that, you know, this is my punishment. I'm an old fuck now who...
Spoilers for the Lorax, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, everyone plug your ears if a decade ago you wanted to watch the movie and just haven't quite gotten around to it yet. Who's John's dad?
Why John's dad, baby?
Baby, please explain who John's dad is.
I need to show you what John's dad looks like. Oh, of course, not me, just typing in John's dad!
Stanley Dwight. How'd you look at that?
This here is John's dad.
John's dad is interesting.
Because you're right. I feel like we're gonna get some heated moments here.
I'm so glad you have Tumblr users in chat because they can argue some of these, right? Like the Homestuck characters, like, you know what? You know, the kid, like, I don't care that you hurt Shobo. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I don't care for Vriska.
Yeah. Yeah. He do got that tongue though. I will admit, Jelly, he do got the tongue.
Are you thinking of the one that I'm thinking of? Because I distinctly remember an artist who posted a picture of, like, Sans with a thick blue tongue, and I was like,
oh, there's so much of that. So
much.
There's one
in specific I can think of, and oh my god, that put me against Reagan. Let's put it that way. I was on the Sans side after that. What do you think Sans and Papyrus have gotten up to? I still have not finished any of that game. I've barely started it. Oh yeah, the glow stick art. That might be what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that rings a bell. But back to the Onslaught before we get distracted again. Right. I have not seen the film. I think we have to place him kind of high up just because he is pretty much the beginning of the Tumblr sexy man. Would I say he's an
got
A?
a higher level because he's a progenitor?
Yes, yes. I mean, we would not have this stream or the term Tumblr sexy man without the Onslaught, you know?
I think that's fair. I don't think that gives him S tier status.
Oh no,
though.
he's not S tier. And like you said, he is like a really bad person in regards to like his opinions on the environment, I guess. I know he probably has a turn of heart. What's the term?
So I'll tell you that the majority of what he did that was his own volition was like not environmentally destructive. It was when the rest of his family shows up that he is too meek to stop them, who are a very forward aggressive family who are like continuing
Right.
these machines and stuff that kills the rest of the environment. Would I say he's the sole cause of it? Technically yes, but I don't think he continued it. So I wouldn't say that he's specifically like anti-environment, but you know, he didn't have the balls to like get up in his family's face and stop them. He just sort of let it happen.
Right. Okay.
He did love all the animals in the movie though. He like slept with them and stuff, and you know, Danny DeVito is a hot guy, and him with them too is. I feel like there's something there, right? There was some roller coaster operator strapping you in sexual tension there. He does have mommy issues. He absolutely does.
But just so we can be clear, because Jelly's asked a good question, is the criteria how much you like them or how much of a sexy man they are? We are doing my personal tastes on the Tumblr sexy men, but we can also do a tier list on. We can do another tier list where chat decides on like how Tumblr sexy men they are. Because
we can definitely do that. We can do polls and stuff. That's 100% viable.
Because I feel like if we're talking about how Tumblr sexy man the Onslaught is, I feel like he has to be near the top, like top 5. Because I know that Ariel was saying,
who are the top 3 that you think of, right? Like Onslaught, Sans.
Ariel's saying that it kind of came from the fact that it started to be like really skinny guys in suits and a top hat, and I agree, that's where it was at for a while, and it came from the Onslaught, who was a skinny guy in his green suit with the top hat. So like,
yeah, I mean,
you have,
isn't that why we have Bill Cipher as like
exactly he's not himbo-fied, but yeah,
right,
yeah. So this is my personal opinion on the Tumblr sexy man. This is me outing myself 100%. I'll show you later. What are you showing? Oh, you'll don't worry, Bumble. That person is in this list. I'm gonna quickly scroll to show you how many there are. We've got a lot of people to get through here. Don't worry.
I have 76 pages on a Google Doc explaining who these people are.
So we'll get to it. Don't worry, and I will show you examples. I should probably turn Google Safe Search on.
Definitely should.
What's happening here? I am outing myself by rating Tumblr sexy men. That is what's going on. But yes, I feel like a B is a good place for the Onslaught, because like I say, I'm not really personally kind of like, attracted is the wrong word, but like, I would not go for the Onslaught because I feel like I could break him over my knee, you know?
He's a brittle.
He is a brittle boy. Yes, yes.
Yeah. He's a saltine cracker.
Yeah, and so I do have to take points off that. I think all body types are valid, but I am a chunky teddy bear. I need someone who I can not be afraid of breaking. So that
like fragile.
Yeah, emotionally fragile, perhaps.
Valid.
But physically fragile.
Well? You said this list is enormous. This list, however, is not exhaustive. There's a handful of people who are considered sexy men who have not made it to this specific tier list. For example, Alfred Molina's Doc Ock from the original Spider-Man trilogy, I would say is a legitimate Tumblr sexy man, and he's not seen on this list. There was another one as well I couldn't find, but there were a couple examples in my poring over research in the Library of Alexandria that is the Tumblr sexy men stuff, and there's a good handful that just haven't made it. Doc Ock 100%, he's beyond Tumblr.
I agree, and yes, I do like them thick. I very much like them thick. But yeah, so I feel like this is a good place. He gets some marks for being the OG, but it's definitely not S tier. And I will hydrate. Sure. Thank you. You should hydrate as well, Jackson.
I will. So number 2 is William Afton. Can you tell me anything about William Afton? The only reason I say his name before you guess who it is because we've already sort of had a bit of a conversation on this one.
I know he's the Five Nights at Freddy's guy. I don't really know anything past that. By the way, this isn't me placing them. This is me bringing them to the middle of the screen so you can see who we're talking about. Yeah, I know nothing about William Afton. I know he's from Five Nights at Freddy, but that is it.
So basically, he is the co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment as well as the main antagonist of the series Five Nights at Freddy. He's the founder of Afton Robotics and is a serial killer who is directly and indirectly responsible for basically all incidences, murders, and tragedies throughout the series. His role is pivotal in the franchise. That's from a lore perspective. Now, as far as like his sexy men status, that's sort of an interesting journey there. So despite him being just a bunch of purple pixels, he got turned into a sexy man. People would consider him the face of the franchise, yes, but it's funny because his origins sort of came from it. Okay, do you know the meme that you put both of us in, the original meme, the tsm.png? You remember that purple fellow in the back that we couldn't think of his name? That's him.
Oh.
So people have drawn him as like a better version of that, where it's like all purple. Basically, he's there was the trope twisted psychopath, and a lot of people sort of like they enjoyed that about him, where he, they saw him as like a night guard with a ponytail and some stubble, got very white eyes and all that, and so
also Bumble. Not all of us know that he is dead. I mean, I know that. You don't have to do it, my sweet.
Thank God.
But I do have to do it. So the 5-minute timer is on, potato. But I know there is a lot of FNAF lore. But I know zero of it. But then again, I don't really care if you spoil it because it's not like I am ever going to play the games. Pinata, if you do have a Tumblr, do you know what Tumblr is? If not, this might be confusing to you. Yes. You're sorry? It's okay. It's okay. Like I say, I'm never going to actually play the game, but just for, like, for example, with any, not Homestuck, any kind of Undertale characters or any big franchises which have big twist endings, I'd appreciate no one spoiling the ends for those because I feel like...
Just for the sake of common interest.
Blah, 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 blah. Just because I feel like the enjoyment of the games or the media that is from is kind of taken away if it's spoiled. So
there's a couple in here that I might bite my tongue on because there are some people on this list that they've gained the sexyman status specifically because of their role in a series, and I'll sort of skirt around that for the sake of spoilers and stuff. But you could maybe sort of glean that information off those people.
Yes.
But as far as just putting another capstone on this fella, William Afton, people liked him because he's a British twink who is a villain, and that has gained a lot of traction in how people have drawn him.
I'm putting him D. I know nothing about him. I have never seen any kind of humanized version of him. I have, or maybe, perhaps I have without realizing.
Just on the fact that you know him as pixels, is what you're saying.
My favorite part of FNAF was when Freddy said, "It's 5 nights time," and I did all over the place.
Don't you love when he fucking acted all over my face? Jelly, with that, you can tell that Jelly is a Tumblr survivor, right? You can tell she's clawed out of the trenches with that one.
So
That is
good.
that's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Jesus, that silence was both of us crying.
There's
Fuck.
people that don't know what oh wait, the time is still on. There's people who don't know what Tumblr is. There are some lucky people who don't know what Tumblr is. Yes, usually young'uns,
while you still
but
can, just
yes,
leave.
yes. Please don't stay here in the nicest way possible. I love having you here, but dear goodness, you do not want to be here right now. You see enough Matt Pat, I could recite Five Nights at Freddy's lore like the Bible. I find the fact that Five Nights at Freddy's lore has kind of become its own separate thing from Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, you just kind of have to mention Five Nights at Freddy's lore, and it's like, oh goodness, this is going to take 5 hours, you know?
Please don't dump this on me.
Like, famous, blah blah blah. VTuber Vox Akuma is a big Five Nights at Freddy's fan, and he always threatens to Five Nights at Freddy's lore dump.
Oh no, he's confident in the subject too.
He
Would you
is.
say he's an SMT on Five Nights at Freddy's? Is he a subject matter expert?
Yes, from what little I've seen, yes. Also, hello Ryan.
Next one.
Yes, let's move on to the next one. Mr. Bill Cipher. Now, this one I have a little bit of knowledge on because I have seen, forgets the name of the show, Gravity Falls. I have seen Gravity Falls. I do like the show. And I remember back in the day when people were Tumblr sexifying, turning him into a human, I was like, wow, I like this design because... I don't know. I've always been a fan of waistcoats. I like men in waistcoats, and that's the timer up. I like men in waistcoats. I think a well-tailored waistcoat looks very good on men.
It's very British of you. I like to you are you a fan of Peaky Blinders?
I've not seen it.
That's your vibe though. That's the outfit
It is. But I did like the art, but again, he is evil, and in reality, well, I say in reality, in his media that he is from, he is a triangle.
Right.
Do I want to be with a triangle? An evil triangle, nonetheless. Not that that matters, to be fair.
I'd like to think you could count, if we're talking about the sexy man specific, you could include his twink form as well in that decision.
Okay.
I think that's only fair considering he's one of the bigger staples of this franchise, Sexypedia.
Tato says, I'm sorry,
Also,
after the ending
Ariel.
he needs C tier. I have not seen the ending, so...
Ariel, if you replace that second E with an A, you've got the Netflix series, if you're interested in looking it up. It's peaky, like you peek around a corner.
And we've established Barry likes curves, not points. Exactly, Laser Bears. You know what I'm talking about. We have had an American Barry redeem. I'm not going to be able to talk normally this entire stream, am I?
If you'd like me to post the Human Bill Cipher, you can check it out, because it is ghastly.
Oh, I've seen it.
The official one?
The official one? No, I haven't. Oh, let me have a look.
Alex Hirsch officially posted during the Terrence
Oh my god, I hate it.
Stream.
I hate it so much.
Canon Human Bill.
I would save it on my computer to show everyone, but I don't want that on my computer.
It's very bad. They've ruined it.
Let's see what
it's his
Human
You know what?
Bill.
That is fair though. It's in direct reaction to all of the sexy men art of that character, so he made him a vile being canon.
There we go. There it is. If you can see it. This gross thing, no, but
should turn that on.
I should. I don't even know if I have safe search. Hide explicit results. Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
But yeah, we're talking about. Oh my God, is that Ikimaru? It is. Ikimaru is an artist that I have followed for quite a while now. I didn't know that they had drawn Bill Cipher art.
Of course they have. Are you kidding me? Bill Cipher makes his way around the internet.
I know that you guys can't really see it, but you can just see like it peeking, right? But yeah, we're talking about this kind of like twink Bill Cipher. Yeah. So I did see this kind of art, and I'd be like, "Oh, he's kind of cute." Like, I like the whole kind of vibe with the kind of posh boy. Bill and Lore has high charisma. He is sexy. Yeah.
His eclectic personality, I think, is a big draw to people. Like, outside of his, like, you know, his chaotic nature, it's like the vibes he puts out is very much like people love that shit.
Yeah. So for me, he is kind of high. I feel like he is gonna be on B. He's definitely not S or A. But he's a good Tumblr sexy man. Again, one of the top 5 that I would say that started the whole thing. So again, we have to take that into consideration that he was there at the start. So yeah, I feel like B is a good place. B is a good place for Mr. Bill Cipher. B for Bill.
The buh for bacon and eggies.
So I guess we will move on to Alistair.
What do you know about Alistair and Has Been Hotel as a franchise?
I have seen Has Been Hotel, I was about to say the debut then. That's not what I mean. The pilot episode on YouTube. I have seen the pilot episode of YouTube. And I don't know if any of you guys know what Honeycast is. It was a podcast that one of the artists for Has Been did. And her partner...
Ashley Nichols.
Yes. Right? Her partner is the person who originally voiced Angel Dust. I don't know if that's still a thing. I could be wrong there. But at the time, they were dating. And sometimes they would have the guy who voiced Alistair. I don't know if the same guy voices Alistair in the one that's coming out. I don't really know anything about it. I know they replaced... Yes, is Angel Dust,
Michael Kovac was the voice actor of Angel Dust and the co-host of Honeycast. They've since changed with the franchise being picked up by a studio. The original voice actor for Alistair was Edward Bosco.
Yes. Because he's done some anime as well.
Brown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I've heard.
A pretty big fella.
He is.
Series.
He cannot sing though.
And that's why Gabriel C. Brown is
who
sings for. So yeah, he's I would say the big ones he's known for. He was in a lot of the Transformers animes as well as. Oh boy, I want to say he was one of the guys in Hunter x Hunter's dub as well, but not.
That sounds familiar, actually.
Career. I think he was in like Boruto as well. Like I think he's Udon. He doesn't have a huge career. But,
but he's been in stuff.
Right, yeah, he's done pretty well for himself. I quite enjoyed the Has Been Hotel pilot. I have not since seen anything else. But
me neither.
I think that was a tight half hour. That was a very solid series.
I think it definitely encapsulates the kind of humor that a lot of millennials have, I would say. That kind of dark humor. I don't want to say dark humor, but you kind of get what I mean. Like, wow, the time is over. Like, wow, they're all demons and they're all shitty people. Like, that's kind of the joke, right? Like, or not demons, but people in hell or whatever. Like, that I saw a lot of people talking shit about Has Been Hotel. And of course you're allowed to have your own opinion. If you don't like it, fair enough. But I've seen people trying to like cancel it and stuff for it being like too edgy and stuff like that. So I don't know the reasons precise, like exactly, because I've never really like delved too much into it, but I enjoyed Has Been Hotel. I didn't think it was too over the top with that kind of stuff.
What did you think about it from a musical perspective with the songs?
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it. I will say it's technically not in the pilot, but I do like Addict. I do like that song quite a bit.
Okay.
And I don't know, they were good
As
songs.
I remember, like the first 5 minutes, the main
Yeah.
character goes into song.
Charlie,
like, it
yeah.
makes it very well known.
Yeah, I personally enjoyed Has Been Hotel. I think it's a nice aesthetic. It's got a good color palette. The characters are funny. Like, I like the show.
I specifically like Alistair as well because he's kind of that punching bag character. Not just the fact that he's got a transatlantic accent and radio static that kind of makes my brain happy.
Yeah.
But I just love that he's like, I hate you with every fiber of my being, and you are insufferable, and you will be here for the rest of the series.
Yes.
Like, I love that bit. I will say though, doesn't Alistair kind of look like he is specifically designed to bait the sexy?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Was like,
Ashley
this will get
Nichols
him
isn't the
riled
creator,
up.
I will say that.
She
Vivzy
knows
Pop.
what she was doing.
Vivzy Pop, I think, is the creator. But
Yeah.
Alistair is canonically asexual, which I think is the power move of the decade. To make this character and then be like, oh my god, all of the people are like thirsting over him, and then
He has no interest.
does not care. I mean, now this is kind of bordering on spoilers, but I don't know how much they're gonna go into it like in the show. I don't even know if the show's out yet, but I feel like people who are in the has-been sphere, hi Shatta, we are listening. But I feel like people in the has-been sphere will know this. That before Alexander, what the fuck am I talking about? Alistair died. I think he was a serial killer.
Yeah, so he died in the 30s. He was a radio host
Yes.
in life. And I believe that despite the fact, it's so funny to me, despite the fact he lived in the 30s, he has emo bangs and tufts of hair on top. And
Right.
No
Questioned
one, not
it.
even Vivzy, creator of the series, knows whether they are ears or hair
Yeah.
or something else. But, still there, like, it's so funny to me that he just looks like that for no reason in particular.
Now, being a serial killer might be a negative side to things for some people. I'm not saying it's a positive for me. I'm saying in this criteria, I don't care. A.
Just going off of personal preference, right? Like, just...
A for Alistair, yes.
Yes, sir. Buh for bacon and eggies.
Ariel, I really hope Dimitri is on this list.
Let's keep going. So how did that Dimitri body pillow come, by the way?
I panicked because I couldn't find a good PNG of him to fit on a body pillow.
It's funny. All right. Well, if you want to keep going, we can. This
Fun
next one, I
fact,
feel like
Alistair
you're very
has an
familiar
X
with.
on his forehead. It's theorized that he was shot in the head. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck, what's his name?
So you know about this character not from Danganronpa. You have a different connection to this person, don't you? Would you like to talk about that?
Ariel's got it.
Give me
I know.
Spit a little. Give me the song.
What? He belongs in Essex. Look, okay, I may move things around a little bit later, but for now, he's staying at A. But yes, what's his name? Tell me his name, it's gonna bother me. Komeda, yes. Komeda, I think I've heard people say. But yeah. I do predominantly know him as a Tumblr sexy man for being from Danganronpa, but the only thing that I have interacted with from him is Fingers in His Ass Sunday, which is a video that actually got deleted from Tumblr. And it is a video with Komeda and Mr. Sans Undertale doing a dance to one of the Undertale songs, but with the lyrics "Fingers in his ass, fingers in his." Kanye West, he likes fingers. Anyway,
the fact that that went on for like well into the 2010s,
Yeah.
like past the adult content ban, those people wanted that to stay on the site
Yeah.
for a long time. Well, didn't it become a thing because it got removed, and then so it's like, okay, every Sunday we're gonna post this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because it was Fingers in His Ass every Sunday. Everyone would just reblog it without even thinking, like, oh yeah, it's Fingers in His Ass Sunday. Like,
That's just part of the open up the Sunday paper, crack open a fresh reblog.
yeah. Links aren't allowed, Ariel, but if you want to put it in the Discord, I would appreciate it. Shatter, you should be concerned. This whole stream, you should be concerned. That's all
It's
I'm
got
gonna
the word
say.
sexy in the title, so that's a bit of a warning, I suppose. But yeah, so he doesn't actually appear in the first series. He's in Danganronpa 2
Yes.
and 3, as well as a couple spin-offs. But
'Cause I've
he seemed to be one of the
seen-
biggest well-known deuteronologists in
Yes.
this series.
He's as far as I'm aware, because I was kind of in the Danganronpa sphere when the anime came out. It is like the second anime I ever watched.
Really?
Yes.
You watched the second Danganronpa as one of your first ones? That's
No.
funny.
The first Danganronpa anime as my second anime.
So that's why you don't know about it. Okay.
I have
Gotcha.
not played the second game. I want to, because I mean it's a fun series, but the problem with the games is that I've heard that they're like really long, so long, and I feel like the anime. I feel like I didn't actually like lose out on anything by watching the anime as opposed to playing the game. You should watch long plays on YouTube. Jelly, I don't know if these characters are gonna be in here. Jelly, I don't know if you're gonna know this series, but I really want you to. I used to watch long plays on YouTube of Dramatical Murder.
Oh boy.
I
If Jelly is a Tumblr user, Jelly probably knows about DMMD, I feel like, right?
I really want Jelly to know about Dramatical Murder.
Alba is absolutely insufferable. She is,
I
despite
don't
being
like
the main
him.
character, the worst character in the series.
I know of it. All of my friends were super into it. Okay, I'm glad that you know of it. Also, what do you mean bad? And to be fair, like, I always got really sad because they always got deleted. But, like, if you know what Dramatical Murder is, the game, not the anime, like, there was nothing censored. They just put that whole thing on YouTube.
They really put smut on YouTube in 2009. They really just threw up Alba's ass all over.
What? Yeah. 100%. I somehow managed to learn nothing about it aside from the fact that it's smut. To be fair, Dramatical Murder is one of those things that was like too far. That's a name I haven't heard in years. It's too far. Like, if you try and explain
Ariel?
it to someone, like, you just can't. You just can't. Like, how do you explain Dramatical Murder to people without, like, someone just immediately sending you to an asylum?
It's one of those things you need. Okay, as
Ariel! Stop!
No, Ariel. You go away with that. That's so funny. It's funny because I don't know much about Dramatical Murder. Since knowing Barry, I've been indicted into that sphere, and since then I've become familiar with What the Dog Doing.
The dog's doing too much, man.
The dog is also more plot pivotal than I could have ever imagined.
Yeah.
This is a good one. This is getting some giggles out of you.
Okay, Kamida. Anyway, so again, we're going purely off vibes. Most of the people who know me by now know that I am a fan of white-haired anime boys.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like your whole thing.
Yes, I am a big fan of white-haired anime boys. Starting to feel glad I don't know what you're talking about. Do not worry about it, Laser Bears. Please do not. It's fine.
If you really care and you do want to know about Dramatical Murder stuff and this meme that Ariel's talking about, Just do a little digging. I'm sure you'll come across
Yeah.
it. That being said, I'm not going to tell you specifically what it is because that sort of it circumvents all of the porn that you have to sift through. So I'm not going to give anybody the pleasantries of being able to go past that. If you'd like to learn about it, you're going to have to watch it yourself, right?
Is it really worth it? No. It's not worth
that's
it.
What I mean. You got to ask yourself, is this worth me watching through this to figure out this meme? And you do your own digging, huh?
Yeah. So, Kamida.
White
I
hair
do
and
like
top.
Yeah, I do like
as well as the meme.
I'm putting him in A because I haven't seen the thing that he's from. So I could hate his personality, right? And a big thing for me is personality. So this is kind of purely off looks. And I know that he's kind of like a crazy bad guy because I know the story of Danganronpa. I know the kind of thing that it is, right? I'd
like to point out we are 5 deep and
it's been an hour. I was gonna say that we're probably gonna need to like speed run some of these.
As much as I'd love to do a 12-hour version of this, we have things to do tomorrow.
Yes.
We could also cut it off at some point if we wanted.
We could make this a part 2. But yes, Kamida is going here. Vriska.
Right. I was gonna say, do I even have to ask
No.
about this? You would know. You're the subject matter expert on these way more than I am.
Vriska is going in C. I would watch all 12 hours, to be honest. I mean, maybe, because I do quite like talking about the characters. So we'll see where we are in, like, the 2 hours.
I don't think we should speed through any. I think if they naturally get a little quicker as the list goes on, maybe. But I'd like to think we'll hit 3 hours and not finish.
I think Jelly has opinions on Vriska.
Oh, she's not happy with Vriska being C.
Jelly, in the loveliest, nicest way possible, I would not be surprised if you like Vriska.
No, could you tell me about Vriska? Because I'm entirely in the dark as far as Vriska in Homestuck interactions. Like,
Vriska is not the clown.
Gamzee's the clown, yeah. Let me think. What is her? Oh God, you're gonna. What is her? I'm trying to think of the names of the interactions between people. The love and the hate and all those.
Oh, the fucking what's it called? Like the I'm a bad Homestuck. The different relationships that they have.
Relationship analysis. Here we go. It's the quadrants, right?
Yes, the quadrants.
It's the concupiscent.
Shatter, I was the person that told you that they were related, and I laugh to this day that you didn't know that they were related.
When you told me that it keeps happening, bro, I told you about the stairs, and Shatter, and you're like, Shatter, you've seen Homestuck? And he's like, what? What the hell is Homestuck? No. I'm talking about Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. And you're like, oh, my sweet summer child, you don't know. That has got to be the funniest shit to me in the world. The fact that he did not know what Homestuck was and only has seen the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff comics. I was like, you poor thing.
It's so funny. Like, I really love that for you, that's all you know about Homestuck. But I still have no idea how you did that. Ricky, are you looking up Ran?
I was thinking of Kismesitude is the bad, and then
the
good
well,
one
it's not
is
bad. It's more like
Mate Sprit is what I was.
Mate Sprit is like your typical love relationship. Moirails are like super duper. Like, I'm boiling this down to like more understandable terms. Not that people will understand it, but I'm not like gonna go into like the TED talk of what the quadrants are. But Moirail is Moirail is like love.
An existence to prevent violence and death, right?
Wait, oh no, Moirail is love, right? Mate Sprit. Mate Sprit is love. No, you're gonna have to remind me of the names.
Mate Sprit, Kismesis.
Kismesis is like hate fucking, basically.
Right, and then,
so you like them to a point.
auspicicism?
That was the one I was getting mixed up. But you like them to a point, right? Like you like them to the point where you spend time with them.
Physical attraction.
Yeah.
Right?
But you wouldn't like harm this person like deathly. You wouldn't kill them. Like, it's not that. So yeah, mate spirit is typical love like we would have. Moirails are like super duper best friends, and auspicious, which I can never say, is
auspicicism.
Yes, is basically a quadrant to protect those in kismesis relationships.
It's to prevent widespread infidelity and death.
Yeah, so they're kind of like the best friend there to like, have you ever had like a relation, like a friend who's like, girl, you should break up with him, like, and like they know for a fact that you're not gonna break up with them.
That's a good way of describing it.
Platonic soulmates, yeah. So that's my explanation of quadrants from a person who has not interacted with Homestuck in a very long time. Yes. What have we... had no clue about Homestuck, I know. I was born in 1988, so I haven't figured out Homestuck. No one has. Don't worry, Chubb. Also, hello, I hope you're doing well. You told me to look him up? No, Jackson told you to look him up.
So, Vriska is one of the 12 alpha trolls, and her popularity kind of skyrocketed Homestuck on the Tumblr sphere, at least, right?
Yes.
Like, as being like a notable sexy woman phenomena. Like, she was one of the big ones that started this, right? As far as Homestuck integration.
I'm not so sure about that. Like, I'd say that Gamzee is more of that, but I think
Gamzee was the introduction of Homestuck.
Not to me, but I just mean like I feel like Gamzee, if you had to pick one person from Homestuck who would be the Tumblr sexy man, it would probably be Gamzee.
Okay.
I feel like Vriska is like, because the whole thing with Tumblr sexy men as well is like, it's not super, it's queer, but it's not queer, if that makes sense. Like, it's done by like bisexual fujoshis.
Right.
But there was never really like that many girls in it, so I wouldn't say she's a quintessential Tumblr sexy man. However, I like what they did with Vriska's character at the end of Homestuck.
She was in Homestuck 5, right? Like, she was later on. She wasn't like OG Homestuck.
What?
Like, the 5th portion of Homestuck is what I'm reading.
Gummy snakes. I don't know. Well, so
Act 5.
Okay, yeah, Act 5. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, so Vriska is a good character near the end. However, my favorite troll, my favorite character is my beloved Kanaya. Vriska broke my beloved Kanaya's heart, so I have to be there for my girl. I have to be there for my girl. So I do have a slight resentment for Vriska, even though she is a very cool character.
Ariel seems in high agreement.
Do you like Kanaya? She's a good character.
So Vriska's canonically bisexual, right? She had lots of relationships with both genders in the series, right?
So I think all trolls are like canonically don't really care about gender. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure like none of them really care, because the quadrants and the different relationships like are so different from ours. Like, you'd say that you're in a relationship you'd say that you're in a more allegiance with someone of like the same sex or gender, and like they just see that as the same as someone saying that their mate spirit is someone of the same sex or gender. So trolls don't really have a sexuality. Again, I could be wrong on that, but
can I just say I love so she's bisexual, right? Okay, well technically bisexuality is a thing.
Yeah.
More allegiance and vicissitude. The auspicicism doesn't allow for the difference between sex and gender. It's more of a free spirit. So, like, I love that there is just entirely different vocabulary for attraction and relationships in Homestuck.
Yeah.
And that's the funniest thing about this whole thing. Well,
yes, but actually no. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're right, but like they're all a little bi.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Vriska also has mind control powers, right? And she's used this to manipulate people that she's been in relationships with.
I believe so. It's been too long since I've interacted with Homestuck to really remember that. She is, the thing is though, like she's a good character. She is a great character.
What is your opinion on spoilers for Homestuck? I know you mentioned a spoiler rule before.
The thing is with Homestuck is that I don't anticipate that anyone will ever read Homestuck who hasn't already read it at this point.
Except me. I do plan on reading it.
Okay, well then I won't go too much into it.
Well, I'm already on the site and I'm reading through this stuff, like how she is like her whole thing against the other trolls and all this other jizz. So I don't have to talk about it, right? But it's just funny to me that like she seems like a very manipulative person, put it that way.
Yeah, she is, but it's
she has a lot of iron in the fires to sort of throw up.
He said the thing! He said the thing, guys!
God damn it. She does that to continue her own motivations.
Yeah. What thing?
God.
Too many irons in the fire. The well-known thing that Vriska says about 50 million. Barry, what is this thing?
Barry, who is this man?
I fell off after that one huge hiatus. To be fair, like, I can understand that. Honestly,
hiatus,
you did not miss much.
Continued, right. If you continued after each hiatus, you had less and less friends to chat about the newest episode with.
Now, I finished it. I did not read Homestuck 2. If you haven't...
Homestuck 2. Do not...
But wait, let me finish. Homestuck 2 is a canon, like, ending. Well, not ending, or, like, it's a canon fan fiction written by the creator of Homestuck on Archive of Our Own.
Wait, what? How does that work?
Just
how does the creator...
Look up Homestuck 2 on Archive of Our Own, and just look up the tags for it, or like the trigger warnings for it.
Homestuck 2 Archive of Our Own.
Don't read them out because, like, yeah.
I won't. Oh, good God.
There's a lot, and it's a lot. So I have never read Homestuck 2, and I don't intend to.
So the reason why there's so much on this is the reason why it's Homestuck 2 because of how
Ariel.
Awful it is,
Hmm?
right? The reason why it's Homestuck 2 and they've just separated the creators because it's so awful. Is that why?
It's like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like an ending, like for example with Nia, like it is an ending. It's not the only ending.
Is there going to be a Homestuck 3 that's a separate ending?
I mean, they've made the games. I think they're all canon in Homestuck universe as well. But yeah, Homestuck 2 is a lot, and I never intend to read it because holy shit. And I know that all of it happens, and I just don't want to touch it with like a 2-foot pole. The fact
that it's canon is why I feel yucky as well.
Yeah.
That it's not just somebody who came up with it.
I've had a friend tell me it's not that bad. However, with some of the tags that are on there, I just know I'm good, thank you.
The fact that there are 58,930 works on Archive of Our Own with the tag Homestuck is befuddling. That is incredibly...
Okay, I'm gonna out
such
myself
a large
here.
Number.
I was once a reader of Homestuck fanfiction.
So let me get this straight, Barry. Homestuck, the source material was not enough for you that you seeked to continue to read it from other fans of the series.
There's too many characters. There's too many characters for like
a fleshed out ending.
A fleshed out like for ships and stuff. Like for ships.
Let me get this straight. Most of that was probably Kanaya, right?
There was some Rosemary stuff, yes. Rosemary is the ship between Kanaya and Rose. I did read some of that, yes. This was Baby Barry beginning to understand their sexuality for the first time.
That poor sweet summer child. I love that you discovering your sexual proclivities was from a franchise that is like canonically the most confusing way of describing and labeling things ever.
Yep.
Like that's quite the soul search. You're like, God, where do I fall on the kismesitude with my friends and the Mori allegiance and the auspiticism and like who are my mate sprits in this world? Right? Like you start using.
I never
those
got
terms,
I never got that bad.
If you get to that point, you have to take a step back and think, have I met another person who thinks like this?
Yeah.
Right?
I never got that bad. I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me. Well, let me show you. I can spell. So, a character that looks like this was one of the characters that I was like, maybe I'm not straight.
You saw Porum and said, damn, that sounds nice.
Yeah,
a Rosemary appreciator.
Okay, personality-wise, I wasn't the biggest fan of Porum. However, looks-wise, I'm like... I mean, like...
I need everyone who is not a Homestuck reader to understand that these drawings are not the official.
Oh yeah, let me show you.
Homestuck.
This is what the characters look like.
Fucking MS Paint doodles that these people are discovering sexualities about themselves, and that is the funniest fucking thing to me.
Yes,
I just love it. The lengths that people have gone to flush out the character designs of these people kills me.
I mean, they have like, cause like this is like not. I mean, I don't think it's actually canon. Is this one canon? I can't remember. Cause some of them have these talk sprites. Some of them don't. Sort of reminds you of Shigo from Kim Possible. That fair, yeah.
I do like Shigo. Fan of Shigo.
I had a look at these and I was like, damn, I'd be liking goth girls, you know?
So for the sake of time, I'd like to point out that Vriska has gotten her own half-hour segment.
I mean, it's kind of been Homestuck in general, but...
if you're finished on your thoughts with Vriska, you'd say you'd put her in a C because... why? What's your thoughts on that?
She's a good character. Actually, is she a B? I'm gonna raise her. I'm gonna give her B. She's a good character, but I can't give her anything too good, like I say, because I gotta be there for my girl, Kanaya. And that is my opinion on Vriska. She's a good character.
Okay. Now, moving on, who's the second fella here?
So this is Eridan. I have a friend who is very much in love with Eridan. Not that I'm calling them out for it.
Eridan
You can
appreciators are welcome here. This is a safe space.
Maybe. Now, cover your ears for any of those people who care about Homestuck spoilers. But Eridan at one point actually kills my beloved Kanaya. So
Very
quickly remove the safe space. Yeah.
She's killed my beloved Kanaya.
Yeah. So that is points off. Now, he is a quintessential Tumblr sexy man. But like pretty much everyone headcanoned him with a British
glasses,
accent.
twink, tall.
Like, Ariel, if I say the name Octopimp, will you understand who I'm talking about?
God.
Yes, okay. So, and I hate myself. You should see what he's doing now. He's like doing things, man.
Wasn't Octopimp like on? Wasn't he on Game Grumps at one point?
Probably,
like,
yeah. I think he was actually.
Him.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. There was it's really funny, right? I'm gonna quickly talk about this. There used to be a lot of fan dubs on Tumblr from anime, or just people would draw comics and then people would do fan dubs over them. A few people who have done those are now actual professional voice actors.
I'd like to point out Alexander Gross, better known as Octopimp, is a voice actor
He
on
is.
Boyfriend Dungeon.
He
And
is
good for
also
him, right?
he voices a character in the Guilty Gear English dub.
How about that? Good for him.
He plays a lot of Guilty Gear, modded Guilty Gear, and it's hilarious.
Did Octopimp do the fucking free fan dub thing? Was that him?
50% off. He did, yeah.
Right.
And
okay.
he voiced Nagisa and Mokoto, I believe.
Wait. Oh, didn't he do Ask Gamzee as well? Is that
Yes,
where
this is why I'm talking about this, because he used to do fan dubs, and I'm pretty sure he used to do ones of Eridan. And I quickly want to say, I used to follow a voice actor on Tumblr who did fan dubs, and he is now the English voice actor for he is the English voice actor for the main guy in Way of the House Husband. He is in he's in Skate
good.
Infinity. He's what's the
I
main
love that for
character
him.
in fucking the furry anime?
You mean Beastars?
Yes, he's what's his name?
Legoshi?
Yes, he's Legoshi.
So Legoshi is... Wait. Oh my god. No. Legoshi's voiced by Jonah Scott.
Yeah, that's Jonah Scott. He came. His beginnings were Tumblr fan dubs.
Wait.
No, it's not Octopimp. Jonah Scott is different from Octopimp, but I'm just talking that they both came. They both came. They both started doing fan dubs
Ariel, I had the
on
same,
Tumblr.
wait, no, surely not. Right. Like, no, dear God, not Jonah Scott. No. Okay. Whew.
They both started out doing Tumblr fan dubs, and which means I have heard Jonah Scott doing some things.
Oh no, he's doing things.
He was doing some things, and I think I'm.
What things?
I think I'm gonna stop myself before I out myself anymore.
Yeah. No, please elaborate. Yeah, Ariel and I are interested. I think Ariel may know what you're talking about. I have no idea, so I think that's why it's funny.
One of my quote unquote OTPs back in the day was John Kirstein and Marco Bot from Attack on Titan. And Jonah Scott did a lot of fan dubs as Jean. And I will leave it at that.
Oh.
So, Eridan. C.
Okay.
Ariel, are you also a Jean-Marco enjoyer?
There's no way. There's no fucking way. It can't be.
And I just find it so funny. I find it so funny that these people are just, well, not funny. It's amazing and hilarious that they are now, Speedy Josh, I don't know what to tell you, bud. This is just gonna continue to be confusing.
Speedy
I'm
Josh,
so sorry.
or have you been on Tumblr in the past? Are you an ex-Tumblr user? I guess is a good delineator right there on where to start that conversation.
What do one-time passwords have to do with voice acting?
OTP.
I get it. I thought you were referring to Ariel's bottom keyboard smashing.
That's really funny.
Have you seen that thing where it's like, just tell a bottom that they're cute and it will generate you a one-time password?
That's so fucking funny.
You know, baby slut. You know exactly what I'm referring to.
So why have you put Aridin below Vriska?
Because his kind of like, I mean, some people like, oh my god, the fan version of Aridin is so completely different to what he actually is in canon. But the general vibe that most people like kind of got of Aridin is that he's a whiny rich boy.
Right.
Who got mad that he didn't get what he wanted one time. So it's not D. It's not like really bad, but like I don't really want to deal with that, you know? He has the mad entitlement to women vibes, exactly. And he killed my beloved Kanaya, so. Googled it? What? Oh god, what did you Google? What did you Google? Okay. One true pairing is what OTP means. It was a thing, shipping basically, yeah. So an OTP would be your like favorite ship, for example. Like you could have loads of ships that you enjoyed, but your OTPs would be the ones that you enjoyed the most.
You believe in your heart of hearts that this is like the end-all be-all ship that you will stand behind. Okay, so I think that's a good end on Aridin. What's up with Gamzee?
Gamzee, okay. So, Murder Clown. I'm getting so out of touch with slang. Don't worry, Speedy Josh. I'm so out of touch as well. A tier. Bumble, I kind of want to know why you like Gamzee so much. The thing is, for the majority of the time that he is in the comic, he's just a chill, funny guy. Like, he likes,
Go on, Bumble, tell us.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Please, I've been sharing, so please, feel free.
I can't be the only one dumping my guts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not telling you yet, you're already a boomer. It's hard to keep up with shit these days, don't worry, I completely understand. Yeah, he's a super chill guy. He likes the, what are they called? You know, the, it's like a real thing. The people that put, like, clown party, blah, 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 what's it called?
Sorry?
They have, like, black and white makeup, and they're, like, a band, I think.
The Insane Clown Posse?
Yes, Insane Clown Posse.
How the hell do they work? I know what you're talking about.
He was an enjoyer
is he a
of
juggalo?
the... He is a juggalo, yes. Ooh.
That's so funny. That he is canonically a juggalo, which means the ICP exists in the Homestuck universe.
Yes.
That's so of the time as well, right? Like mid-2000s, late 2000s, fucking ICP and Homestuck is like, that's some goth dude's like bread and butter right there.
So yeah, he's an enjoyer of those, and he's most of the time a super chill guy. However, Homestuck was the Obama. What? Kick it, Barack. Do you mean that thing?
Hang on, are you telling me Barack Obama does a fucking Ali in the Homestuck universe?
He is canonically referred to in the Homestuck universe. Yes. Also, hello Tara. How are you?
It was written during the entirety of the Obama administration. It's so funny that it started and ended with Obama.
Tarot I've seen. It's fucking insane. I've seen it. It's so strange.
Hussies?
Yeah, Hussey is the person who wrote Homestuck. He used to be just like kind of your...
That was Dave Strider.
Who's the... Did you just ask who the hell Dave Strider is? How dare you?
I said I thought the creator was Dave Strider.
How dare you? No, Dave Strider. Dave Strider is a character.
Okay, so Hussey is the person who wrote Homestuck.
Then. He used to be kind of like your standard internet guy back in the day, like loose jeans, t-shirt with a gamer like logo on, kind of like like the worst shoes imaginable, like shitty trainers that probably cost $5,
or maybe
like
DCs or something.
greasy hair, receding hair, like you know the kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Great to say that. Thank you. Yes. Hussey has. I now believe they identify as non-binary, and they have drip. They have drip.
Oh, they've done a glow up?
Yeah. So, it's so strange seeing them from,
That's what
where they
Homestuck
came from.
Unfiltered does to a motherfucker, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hussey is a they're a K-poppy now? Oh my god.
Oh,
the more I learn, the more I'm just like, wow. Life after Homestuck, huh?
It's like they went through rehab. Right?
Yeah.
They've crawled out of the pits.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, Gamzee doesn't seem to be too antagonistic, yet Vriska and Aridin, who seem to be pretty villainous, have gotten that score. Where do you think
However,
the addition of them?
Fago is the thing that keeps Gamzee not a murder clown.
Oh my god, Gamzee is Fago clown?
Yes, when he doesn't drink Fago, he turns into a murder clown. Or when he doesn't have the support that he needs, he turns into a Fago clown. Murder clown, rather. Because, wasn't it the slime? Oh, it might have been the slime pies. Anyway.
He was corrupted by the slime pie.
Yeah. It was probably the slime
like,
pies.
No, actually, you're wrong. It was this thing.
No, please correct me. Please correct me, because it's been so long since I've read Homestuck. And there are people who, like, know their shit about Homestuck. I read it. I don't know fucking shit, man.
Which is funny, because
yeah,
to me, you're the subject matter expert of this
No.
series.
I read it, but... I've read it to completion, but yeah, there is stuff that I missed. Gamzee is the abstract personification of the ICP. I'm not sure how I feel. Homestuck fans scare me. It should stay that way, Borgie. You should be afraid.
I love that Shatter's like, this is a clown. I recognize this as a member of the clown community. I don't know if I appreciate this as a clown. I don't know that I like your contribution.
You really like the
Bumble.
killer side? Do you like...
Bumble is a Gamzee appreciator, it seems.
Also, hello, flannel pizza. I did hydrate, and this kiss is for you on your sweet little forehead. Mwah. Valid. You are welcome here, Bumble. I accept your opinion. I also am an enjoyer of a man who has a murder phase, so I can't say shit.
Like his fangs, be honest.
Of course I like fangs.
Have you seen again the art where he has like sharp teeth?
Probably.
Has that done anything for
I do.
middle-aged Barry?
I do like fangs. But the one thing I will say is he does kill one of the more beloved characters, I'd say, of the series.
Super Slime's got his ass.
Yeah. And like it's kind of a shame, because I did not mind Gamzee. He is a chill character. I am happy with I had no qualms with Gamzee. I think it's gonna be an A. I think it's gonna be an A.
You tell me you're gonna put Gamzee above Bill Cipher and Onceler.
I am.
Vriska and Aridin. That is a strong decision. I think Bumble would agree with that.
I am going to do that. I think, I don't know. I can appreciate a good murder phase. I can't say no.
The line in his head has been drawn. So fucking funny. You can't hear it. Or maybe you can without the Discord censor, but there is crying.
But How do I come back from this? He's a chill guy. And I can't knock off points for a murder phase when I love my favorite character has a murder phase, you know?
Dimitri.
Yeah. Dimitri, my beloved. So I can't knock points off that. You know? I'm surprised that Komidas pushes him, but then again, I didn't stay into the Danganronpa long enough to know much about him. Taro, I know nothing about him. I know nothing about him.
Fingers in his ass Sunday and the white hair.
Okay, word that differently.
But I think Tara knows what we mean by
I like whitehead anime boys. I have not played Danganronpa 2. But yeah. Valid at the murder face thing. Thank you. Anyway!
Continuing on with
I have no idea who this
discussion
is.
So, would you like to give me a franchise?
I'm gonna guess that it's FNAF.
Okay, you'd be correct. So this is Vanessa. I'm sure some people could tell you about this. One little funny tidbit I'd like to point out, upon researching specifically from this image, Google auto-generated as part of the you know how sometimes it gets animation, fictional character, art, or example, right?
Right,
sometimes
yeah.
it's auto-generated. The name that I got off of this image submitted in the tier list was Rules 34 FNAF Security Breach. And that made me very, very upset.
Oh no.
Because this picture is not in any means Rule 34, but it is just plural Rules space 34, and that is the funniest thing to me ever. That being said, Five Nights at Freddy people seem to have a type, because I continue to scroll through. I wouldn't recommend that. If you're about to, I would not recommend it, even with safe search on.
I was trying to find a meme, but I realized that what I was Googling would probably not get good results.
Tell you what, in general, just don't look up Five Nights at Freddy's.
No. This was nothing to do with Five Nights at Freddy's. There is a meme. It is Nia related, but it's like there was a sign that said like, "Please do not fist the androids."
Right. It was the broken hand thing. And
Yeah.
Treasure Island.
Yeah, and it's like you lose a few things living your dream or whatever.
If I'd known I'd be joining dinner with the captain, I'd at least put on me shirt. Yeah, Long John Silver. Sometimes you lose a couple things when you're searching for a dream.
Yeah.
I know.
And I kind of relate it to... Well, yeah, but like I kind of relate it to this as well because, like, you know, animatronics. Anyway, carry on.
Do not have sex with the animatronics.
Yeah.
So Vanessa is a character specific to Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, the most recent installment with Glam Rock Freddy. Chica, however, the second person, I know I'm kind of skipping ahead, but I feel that I'm kind of bunching these together.
I feel like I know Chica more than this one.
Chica is a main character in the Five Nights at Freddy franchise. She's been there since the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. If you'd like, I can look up more specifically into Vanny and Chica on the Sexypedia, but I feel that you may want to just put the mark in there and then keep going. But yeah, so Vanny's the main antagonist in Security Breach. So she's first introduced in Five Nights at Freddy VR as only a face mask, but later alluded to via some emails that she ended up getting the William Afton treatment, and we don't know anything really concrete about this character, but we're not going to let that stop us, and shooting her up to the same status as a sexy predecessor, despite not even having an in-game appearance yet at the time. So Vanny has sexy man status before being in Security Breach.
I just saw a thing. Carry on.
What'd you say?
I saw my beloved. Carry on.
I wish you hadn't scrolled, I'm gonna be honest.
I was just looking because Bumble mentioned Toy Chica.
So like,
No, because Bumble mentioned Toy Chica, so I wondered if there was a regular Chica here as well, and if there was a difference.
That's a shame that you looked too. It really is.
That's the only one I saw.
It's alright.
My eye is just like a train to
see Dimitri.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I couldn't find too much in terms of Chica on the Sexypedia, which is why I wish it really wasn't on there. I think Vanny by itself is a good, like, part of it. But yeah, I'd say just clear and simple, the fact that Vanny is a sexy man because of their vibe. But that being said,
Right.
I don't even really know much about them for the same reason that William Afton was up there. You know, we didn't really know much about Vanny at the time, right?
I mean, D is kind of turning into the FNAF area. I mean, I don't think it's like, oh dear God, why? Actually, I'm gonna remove the don't know tier list because we're just going off vibes.
There's no one that you will not know after I'm done
Yeah,
with it,
like
so.
I don't think it's oh dear God, why like levels. Like, it's a bunny. Bunnies are cute, you know. Like, I've not seen a lot. I've not really seen anything to do with her, but I feel like there's worse things than a bunny who is like a normal size, I'm assuming, as well.
Right. Yeah, they're all pretty much. Oh dear God, don't. Well,
What just
that
happened?
sucks.
But no,
I typed in Chica FNAF Sexy Man to find out more info on the Sexypedia entry that's not there, and oh boy, that is. Yeah.
So
But
Chica,
I'm doing the looking.
I'm gonna put in the same thing. I don't know if we're gonna do the tier list by like things within the tier. Maybe when we get to finish this, whether it's this stream or another stream, maybe once
When
the
you'll
tier
compare
list
in
is
between.
done, yeah, we can compare in between like the areas, because I feel like, oh no, I feel like I've seen Chica in Security Breach. Is that the latest one?
That's correct. Yeah, that's the one with Glamrock.
She's
Friend.
kind of cute. I wouldn't.
So I'll send you a pic of Security Breach Chica. She's the
I've
the
seen,
white-haired
'cause
one
I've
with
seen,
the tiger print, the leopard leggings and such.
Oh, no, wait, I've definitely seen a different version. Because that looks like
Glamrock Chica.
Roxy.
So no, that's
Roxy's a
actually Roxy.
wolf. Roxy's a
Roxy's
wolf.
the
I know
wolf, that's
that.
correct, yeah.
Me
I'll send you a
grabbing at
picture of
straws,
Roxy.
having never played a FNAF game before.
So you're not wrong. They look very similar to the uninitiated.
Yeah, I feel like Chica's pretty cute.
People are saying that. Never mind. I'll move on that. They were saying that Foxy was a sexy man before Purple Guy, but I realized Foxy's not on this list, so it's a bit of a moot point to bring that up. So,
Junko
so you're
and
saying-
Ashima. Or did you want to say something else first?
I'm done on the Five Nights at Freddy thing. I don't have much of a horse in that race.
Save yourself, stay away from FNAF. I don't think I have the heart for FNAF. You vote S? I'm gonna put Junko at A.
Tell me, so Junko is a character in the first Danganronpa franchise, which
Yes.
you've mentioned you've played, so you seem
I
very
know
familiar with this character.
about Junko and Ashima. She's
the
cute.
creator of Monokuma, isn't she?
She
She's a bear
likes
appreciator.
bears, yeah. She's kind of like the whole, like, you know when I say like TikTok animated girls, like
Right.
real people who try to be like look like they're animated. All of it started
that-
with Junko and Ashima.
To say that she gained a cult following with alt and scene girls is an understatement.
Yes. Like there was the like you can literally say like Junko pose at people and like e-girls will know what you mean. Like you can do the I wish I could have hands so I could show you like the movements that she does. Like one of them's up in the picture with the hands like over her face. Like she's completely insane with despair too. Yeah, she's someone who's given into despair, and she wants other people to be in the same position as her. She doesn't want to. I don't think it's like she doesn't want to suffer alone. It's not like that. She's just pissed off and wants to piss other people off as well. She would definitely be a yandere. I'm gonna out myself more. I would like a yandere girlfriend. I'm into that. I love that. What, Ariel? Hello, Hello, Vic. How are you? Jackson, are you still there? I don't think he's still there. My encyclopedia, he's gone. Okay, I guess, let me just see if he's messaged real quick.
Sorry about that. I just went to the bathroom. I assumed
Oh.
I had more time with the Junko rank.
Oh, okay. I am
here,
just
don't worry,
dead. I'm
guys.
sorry to hear that. I think I have a thing for villainesses. You are valid, Bite. You are so valid.
Bite, can I interest you in the the webtoon franchises that have villainesses? Because Golden Haired Summoner and the like if you just type in villainess on TappyToon or webtoon, I mean, it is just a mile long. It is the Library of Alexandria with that stuff. If you like villainesses, this is a good decade to be in.
Tara, I'm so glad that you agree. And also, Ariel, look, what do you like? My type is my types are good boys with spice and yandere girls.
Would you say
Preferably
that
with
a good
pink
boy
hair.
with spice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What is your opinion on Monokuma then?
I mean, Monokuma is kind of just he's not really a. Can I spoil Danganronpa? That's the thing. Like,
You make that decision. You said before that for the sake of everyone's interests, if people who have not played a game or watched a series, you'd want to keep it to yourself. That being said, understanding that Danganronpa as a video game came out in 2010,
yeah.
it's up for your own debate, I would say.
I hope that
I
you
personally
can
would
rest,
say no,
Vic.
simply because I have not played Danganronpa. But that's just me. If you spoil it, I won't be cross.
And yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen that anime, so maybe I would like say no now. But when I watched it, I'm like, yes, please. So Monokuma isn't really a character; he's just a robot. The Danganronpas.
The dang it grandpas.
Yeah, the dang it grandpa. Dingle Rompus. I fucking loved the area, the era of just not calling Danganronpa by literally anything else. Like, do you know?
Time where people had Benedict Cumberbatch?
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Cool.
Like, it was the same thing. Like, people would just refer to if it started with D and like and the second letter was G, just assume that they're referring to Danganronpa.
Yeah.
But dang it, Grandpa was definitely my favorite. Dang it, Rumple.
How do you feel about Junko Enoshima being called a Vriska archetype? Fourth wall blurring, all powerful, catchphrases, she's a twisted freaking psychopath, and she has white hair.
Vriska doesn't have white hair.
I add that on the end because I know you like white hair. That didn't help my case at all. Listen, Ariel, I didn't say white hair to mean Vriska, okay? Before Homestuck jumps down my throat.
What do you mean? Get your Homestuck lore correct!
I know. With Taro as my witness, I will never be correct with Homestuck.
But yeah, she is blonde. But yeah, she's... No, because I feel like the difference between Vriska is that despite everything, she is a good character. As in, like, if we're on the, like, neutral, good, evil, like, archetype kind of thing, I would say
so if
that
she's an intelligent, angsty Chaos Lord, you wouldn't put her in the same boat as Vriska?
I mean, Vriska is on B because she hurt my Kanaya. Remember that. I don't dislike the character type. Whereas I feel like Junko Enoshima is, like, she would definitely be on the evil side of things. She is chaotic evil, whereas Vriska might be more chaotic neutral or something. Vic, please get some sleep. Don't worry about it, sweet. Yeah? You've worked hard today, so please get some sleeps. Mwah. What is playing right now?
According to the Guinness Book of World Records, Junko Enoshima is the most cosplayed character ever.
I would agree, yeah. So many people, it's like she's like...
It seems hard to believe, right?
Yeah, Vriska isn't like that evil, she's just, yeah. I would say chaotic neutral.
Vriska just is.
Whereas Junko is definitely more on the evil side. There is no good in her.
I do like her hair ties. Her
Yeah,
hair ties
little
are very cute.
bears.
Do you have a pair of those? Would you like a pair of those?
Yes. Yes, I would. I don't know where I'd use them because my hair is short, but I would find a way.
Well, you could do like space buns with like a big wraparound or something like that.
With what hair?
Yes.
Anyway, so
You
I
could
do
make,
like
a fake money piece. I don't know.
I guess. Yeah, she's pretty. She would be a yandere if she liked anyone but herself. Yeah. We have another Danganronpa character here. I know that they're from the second one. I feel like their name begins with K. It might not be the second, It might be the third one.
Yeah, so Kokichi Forever Twink Oma is his name. Forever Twink obviously being coined as part of his sexy man title.
I don't know a lot about this character. I know I've seen quite a lot of people cosplay him, and I'm pretty sure there was a I think he was quite big on TikTok. There were some sounds that I think were supposed to be related to him.
So I'll tell you this. He was in the third one, and he's kind of... So a lot of people say that, like, without him, a lot of the class trials, like, none of them would be fun if he wasn't there.
Okay.
But, like, he would lie, turn trials upside down, use reverse psychology. He did a lot of, like, hope, despair, truth, lies stuff. Like, there's a lot of things that's, like hating him is overrated because he's consistent in all of the stuff that he does, right? Like, I have not played the third game, and I don't think that's really a spoiler at all, that he's, you know, he's been like a... How do I say? He's the third imposter. He's like
okay.
The town of Salem jester. So
that makes sense.
Right? Like
yeah.
He's the chaotic side of it. And I can't speak too much about the TikTok audio of that because that's as far as I go with that. But he's a very flushed out character, and people seem to like him. Also, I think it's really funny. There's a doesitsexyman.tumblr.com on content updates with a lot of this stuff. I don't know if this is run by the Sexypedia author, but it's very funny to me. That's like it's a to this day, like, this post came out a couple days ago, and
That's
people
insane.
are still like keeping up to date with it.
So I'm gonna put him in. Actually,
You're putting him with Five Nights at Freddy's.
What's his name? Let me Google him.
Kokichi Oma.
Kokichi. There we go. Let's have a cheeky looks at him. Ooh, the girl version's cute.
Like yeah. A lot of people like the gender bend version of him.
I feel like there are Danganronpa characters I prefer the looks of.
He looks like he should be in Hunter x Hunter.
He's fine, I guess.
Or Tokyo Ghoul. Actually, I take that back. He looks like he should be in Tokyo Ghoul.
Really? I don't want to go too far, just
so.
in case it's like blood or something. But
I got safe search on. I believe blood is considered safe search. I think. Don't.
Yeah, but obviously Danganronpa blood is pink, so I don't know if it would pick up on that.
That's true.
I'll try to brush your teeth and then die in bed. Okay, brush your teeth, be a clean boy. Okay, so let's put him at 1. Cause yeah, I see what you mean. He doesn't belong in the FNAF category.
No, I don't want D to be the FNAF category, but I'd like to point out that D is just... I have no fucking idea. I feel like you've got some horse in the race with Danganronpa.
Yeah. Have you seen the edits making the blood yellow? Oh, sweet, no. Oh, no.
I mean, the same thing happened with Demon Slayer. Somebody, it was a Chinese TikTok where they edited all the blood to be white, claiming it was Chinese censorship.
I've seen that,
and
yeah.
everyone was like, oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah.
To the big boy it is.
To the big boy. Tell me about Mr. Sans Megalovania.
Sans Undertale. Don't you dare get his name wrong. Put some respect on his name.
I was gonna say, this is where the Sans appreciators rise up.
Yeah. I will admit, when the glow stick stuff started coming out, I was like, God, I hope this doesn't awaken something in me.
I'm
There
gonna look
are
at the glow
some-
stick thing because I don't know what you're referring to. I've seen quite a lot.
There is some good art, and there are some people who can draw tongues very well.
When you say tongues, you mean what?
Tongue. Like,
Tongues. Okay, right. I have seen that art. I've seen Sans tongue art, and that did. Yeah, that was good.
As a character, he's wonderful. That's the thing. He's a great character. But I think the kind of fan idea of him kind of started to run away from the character that he really is. Like, people started, like, because there's all the, like, AUs where it's like, what's the one where it's like Underfell and, there's loads of different AUs that got really, really popular. And
List of Undertale AUs include. Help me out here.
the fanon got bad, yeah. So it kind of went from
Inverted
like
Fate seems to be one.
it kind of went from this funny, goofy guy who likes making puns and literally walks around in slippers every like waking day. I will admit that I don't know too much about the AUs. I don't really know anything
I got him here
about
if you're
them.
interested. So Undertale is canon Sans depicted with a blue motif. Underfell is an alternate universe where the characters are more hostile
Red?
and more bitter than they are in canon. Designs have a lot more red and sharp
Yeah.
edges, Sans being no exception. Notably, he has shark teeth and a gold tooth and a red motif. Undertale/Underfell Sans is the most popular Sans-cest ship, and its unique ship is Custard with a K.
Why?
Now,
Actually,
Underswap-
no, actually, yeah, let's not. I don't want to know why. Carry on. Underswap.
So Underswap or Swaptail is an AU where several major characters swap roles and personalities. So Sans is swapped with Papyrus, wears an
Right.
armored outfit similar to canon Papyrus and has big blue irises and a very optimistic and outgoing personality. Also, Papyrus smokes for some reason, and Sans is usually
would
referred to
never!
as Blueberry.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
as in,
right.
like, okay, in the swapped one.
Papyrus smokes.
But-
Yeah.
I don't think...
Sans is usually referred to as Blueberry by the fandom in Underswap.
Mary. So I do know a little bit. Well, I say a little bit. I've seen art of Underfell Sans. That's about as far as I'll go with it. I don't really know anything
If
about
you'd like,
it.
I can briefly list the rest of the AUs that have reached notability.
Sure.
So there's Swapfell, which I just mentioned. Or actually, no, I didn't mention Swapfell. Then there's Horrortail, Outertail, Gaster Sans, Error Sans, and Fresh Sans.
Fresh. I'm kind of curious
like-
as to what fresh means.
Okay, so have you seen Gravity Falls to the point where they play D&D?
Wait. I've seen all of it, so I would have seen it at some point.
So there's a joke that they make where D&D or Dungeons and More Dungeons went through a point in the 90s for some
Oh.
reason where it was all like cool hippie slang fresh.
Right,
That's
okay,
kind of what they
yeah,
did
yeah.
as well. Because like, hey guys, what's going on? I'm Dippy Fresh. That's actually where Fresh Sans comes from. Just referred to as Fresh, this AU along with Error Sans is a prime example of an AU just being created for Sans specifically. Its lore is that Fresh is a parasite and almost always depicted as possessing Sans. He's portrayed as a fun, colorful design, constant use of outdated 90s slang, but also angsty in regards to him being a parasite. This character is inspired off of Dippy Fresh.
Okay. So yeah, Sans is a lot. Sans is a whole thing. Like, without getting into like the AUs and stuff, but what I was gonna say is like I think the fanon of Sans got to like the fanon of Sans became something so completely different from the original character. Like, I think the kind of main character of Sans from the original game is kind of like the fun uncle that wasn't weird who would like to joke. But he has a
Go too
darker
deep into
side.
Sans AU, you're gonna have a bad time. Just
You're gonna
know
have,
it.
yeah, exactly. And it turned into this whole thing where people were just kind of focusing on the like, it's a beautiful day outside. birds are singing, flowers are blooming, kids like you should, and then people like took that and then they were like, oh my god, he's this bad guy who like, it just turned to a whole thing, right? And like that's obviously that's part of him. It's cool because they gave him like an old man country accent that he only drops at the end of One Path. Really? I did not know that. There's more to Undertale and Sans than the No Mercy route, and people forget that. Exactly, Teru. Oh,
wow.
And I think this is a thing where, like, this is how Sans got Tumblr sexified, right? Like, this is how he became a Tumblr sexy man, because people ran with that idea of this fanon, but forgot about the original character that is Sans. So if I'm going off the original character that is Sans, he's a good boy. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna put him in A. He's not an S for me, but this is a thing now where I need to like decide whether if I would fuck them in A, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Because would I have relations with a skeleton? I'm not saying anything about the people who would. You are valid.
While you're making this decision, I'm not going to get too graphic in it. Looking up some more
Glow stick
adult content relating to Sans, I went down the 34 route. There are 26,200 entries relating to Undertale content, as opposed to Homestuck, which is 5,300. Now that is a jarring separation to me. I would have expected way more on one side and way less on the other. But
and fun fact, Toby
crazy.
Fox actually came from Homestuck. He created.
That's what I mean, right? Like how closely aligned they appear to me. It's so funny the like shift on one side. Like that shows how much Sans has affected the internet, right?
Because he did some of the music for. Because Megalovania wasn't actually originally for Sans. It wasn't originally for Brisker either. He used it for Brisker, but it was originally created as an Earthbound song, I believe. Please don't come at me, because it was originally an Earthbound ROM hack. There you go, yeah. So, I don't know anything about Earthbound. I'm gonna put that there. I don't know anything about Earthbound. He lived in Hussy's basement for a while. Huh!
That's so cool to know that those like two titans of the 2000s like were in such close contact.
Yeah. So if we're going on A tiers, you would take them on more than one day. I would chill with Sans. I think he would be cool to chill with. Yeah.
And that's to say you would not chill with Onceler, Bill Cipher, or Vriska more than
So if we're saying B is one date, yeah. I don't know.
I don't think we are, but I'm just using that as a comparison.
Yeah.
So you would go on more dates with Sans than the other three mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real quick, Ariel, you asked for the numbers again. As far as the 34 entries, Undertale is a copyrighted franchise as far as tagged on there because it gets a little iffy. 22,600. Homestuck is a franchise copyright. 5,300. A stark difference, which is surprising to me.
Now, the next person, I'm gonna be real, I have no idea who this is.
I'm so glad you asked. So that is another member of the Undertale franchise. This is Gaster.
Oh! No, I do know who this is. I do know who this is now, actually, now that you've said that.
This tarot card is not a good depiction of our boy
Yes,
Gaster, who is the royal scientist before Alphys. And if I'm not mistaken, Alphys is the person who is in a relationship with Undine. Do I have that right?
Maybe? I don't know. I know of Gaster.
Okay, tell me about Gaster.
He isn't in the base game. You have to do some digging to get to him, and he's in like a bit in what's it called? Where all of the water is.
River. He's a river person, which means he is in. Oh God.
Waterfall. It is Waterfall. I can't believe I forgot that.
That's
but
funny.
yeah, so I know that like he wasn't in like the base game and people found him digging through the files.
Yeah. he can only be accessed when the game's fun value, which can be changed by editing file 0 and undertale.ini is set to 66. And in this scenario, room 268, which is room water fake hallway, is a hallway with a 10% chance to contain a gray door, which appears between room 34 and 94 and 95. There's a save point, and then that leads you to a series of other rooms. It's a whole shit show that I'm not going to dump on, but eventually you go and call someone using a cell phone, and in either of those rooms, the default message is there's no response. But sometimes you get to talk to the mysterious man who ended up being W.D. Gaster.
Because I know he did something to do with, it's something to do with Alphys, right? Like,
yes, so W.D. Gaster was the royal scientist prior to Alphys showing up, and he was directly responsible for creating the core, and they said that he has disappeared. He one iteration says he fell into his creation, another says that his experiments went wrong, and a last one says that he shattered across time and space. So it's not 100% certain what's happened to Mr. Gaster.
I feel like C is... yeah, we'll put Gaster... no, he's going in the FNAF section.
So if it...
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to say what your relationship interest is with him, because by nature, he really isn't that well known. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Undertaler, yes, that's exactly... Like, if you just look at, like, this, like, what he is, you know, like... But then again, if you see this is a different story.
Yeah, right? Ooh, who's this guy? What's he up to later, right?
Like, it's a different thing. Again, it's this whole fanon versus canon thing. Now, people can make like headcanons of what they think Gaster is, but we don't know much about this person.
Do you know about Goner Kid? Are you familiar with him at all?
No.
It's there's a theory that Goner Kid is an NPC in Waterfall, that's related to Gaster or not, because there's some minor differences in the sprites themselves. Like, they've got a horn. They kind of it's hard to say, but you know, they never mention Gaster directly, but a lot of their followers are like, oh, you know, the this guy is a big deal and all that, and it's kind of funny because there's a lot to do with like relationships to Gaster, but there really is not much known about him. So
yeah.
I'm interested to see as to why he became a sexy man. You know what I mean?
So I feel like for me, like, fanon Gaster perhaps may get it. But canon Gaster, all we know of him is this guy here. So yeah, he's staying in the FNAF section for now. Like, can you even have relations with him?
Right. I keep thinking about it, and I am having a really trouble. Like, it's an interesting one with Gaster because most information is left vague intentionally.
Yeah.
But part of the fans filling in most of his character gap just being swept in the tidal wave of Undertale, for some reason they made him a Tumblr sexy man to fill in his cracks.
Yeah.
That's what it appears to me. Like, fanon interpretations of making him like an eldritch person, or like a stereotypical feral scientist, or giving him a smug attitude, or making him like better than other scientists, like making him like it's so interesting to me. Like, they make these like draw direct inspirations from like Gaster as Sans or Papyrus's creator fanfics and stuff, and it's really, it gets a little wacky there.
Yeah. Also, real quick, Bumble. Ooh. Jackson, would you like to ooh for the chat?
God.
So yeah, I think we'll leave that with Gaster. I think that's a good thing to end it on. I agree that the fact that he is a Tumblr sexy man, I think, is people filling in the gaps because there's nothing else to fill it with, and people are horny. Now, Undyne. Now, this is a thing. Some people say Undine. I always say Undyne.
Because, yeah.
I don't know if people are gonna hate me for that. I'm gonna put her in B, I think.
Why is
that? That might piss some people off. And I will hydrate and stretch, thank you. She's very aggressive. She's very aggressive. Like, for me, I feel like I need someone a little more chill. Not that Junko is chill, but she's got the yandere thing for her. I think it is just the fact that she's, like, so aggressive all of the time. I think it should be Undine. Okay. Is that the canonical pronunciation from the... Because the name is from a German story and the spelling... Oh, okay.
Also, let's not get past the pun that she is...
Undying. Yeah,
Undying.
that's why I thought it was Undying.
She's Undine the Undying. Like, the reason why it's spelled like that is because she's undying.
Yeah.
Like, all things aside, like, that's the pun, so...
But yeah, she's very... I would say that Undyne and Vriska are on the same level.
Huh?
As in, like, they are very similar. I think they would either get on or hate each other because they're so similar. I don't know if Teru or Ariel would agree with that. But I feel like I get the same vibe from them. So it makes sense to put her in the same tier as Vriska.
So, real quick, are you familiar with the term oncellarization?
No.
So that's when a character begins to develop a large amount of an alternate universe versions that each differ widely from the source material. So Sans is a big example of oncellarization. Undine seems to have her own form of oncellarization as well. Like, she's got a lot of AU counterparts which vary greatly from popular Undertale AUs. She seems to be like a very memorable character for a lot of people. Like, her genocide route on top of being a memorable character, I think is what kind of made her a sexy woman.
But also, like, I see people, like, disagreeing. I will say that I have never played Undertale. I have watched someone do a playthrough of it, and this was when it first came out, however many years ago. That is the interaction that I have had with Undertale. So it's not like I know...
Genocide route.
I have seen both. I've seen the genocide route, and I have seen the pacifist run.
You know what's really funny? I kind of want to mention this because this may be the last time we talk about Undertale stuff. So I had a girlfriend a couple years back that wanted me to really play Undertale because it was one of her favorite games at the time, and me not having internet or anything, I kind of just put it on my little laptop, and I didn't know much about it, so I just
I remember you saying this.
Booted it up on Steam, got that sucker, and brought it home. Now, one thing to know about me is that I played a lot of games on this laptop that are not super intensive, like Binding of Isaac, Minecraft, RimWorld, the stuff that you can just mute, listen to a game, like a Game Grumps long play at the time was probably my big one, podcasts, TV, shit like that, or just music. So Undertale inadvertently became one of the games that I had played for about 2 hours muted, and I didn't know that there was music in the game. I played through the entire tutorial, and my girlfriend was unbelievably upset at me.
The music is good. The music is good. I will say, what little I have interacted with the actual game, well, what little, I've literally seen both of the runs, like, to completion, but this was years ago, but I have listened to the soundtrack a lot. It has some really good songs in there. I mean, I literally have some of them in this playlist, so...
Can we talk about how, like, that one song in Undertale has, like, become such a meme? Like, the first 3 notes on staff music, people see it and they're like, oh, fuck you.
Megalovania, or?
Yeah, the main one. Can you hum a little of Megalovania? I think it's the same one.
Let me get it up. Bum, bum, bum. Wow, it's actually the second most played.
Oh, so apparently, canonically, if you go down the pacifist route with Undine, they get together with Alphys, who's the female royal scientist.
They
and
do.
That's really sweet. Alphys, I remember being a good being.
What is first most? First most is... This is on Spotify, by the way. The first most is Fallen Down, which I don't think I know off by heart. Oh, okay. Wait, no, it is the most played. What? Oh, it's just said popular, but it's not put it first. Weird.
Huh. Yeah, I think one of these days I'll get around to Undertale. I haven't finished it, so I don't know too much, but I do know the major like points of it, so it's not that I'll be particularly fooled by anything. Just for the sake of keeping spoilers out of it, I know the sort of endings with genocide and pacifist routes. Put it that way. There's a tag on here called Vriskaization with Undine. Can you care to comment on that?
Wait, people agree with me?
That she's like Vriska? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating sweets now.
Yeah, no worries. It's kind of funny to me because now that I know a bit more about Vriska, like, I can't say that I'm a subject matter expert on it, but it's funny to think of, like, all of the stuff that people equate to, like, comparing Undine to Vriska and the like, right? Like, is that Professor Membrane? It might be. I think it's more like how Sans got made into stuff. I've seen things where people make her more like Vriska. Yeah, I think with the once-lerization of Undine, I think it's very possible that people equate her to other more preferred, like, their own AUs, right? Catra to Vriska? It's funny you mentioned Catra.
Yeah. I've not
really
seen
funny
all
that
of
she got
She-Ra.
I've seen none of She-Ra. I've become familiar with She-Ra, but yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be a show I'd enjoy.
Lesbians.
Lesbians. Girls.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Well,
do you have anything else that you want to say on Undertale, or?
I don't have much to say outside of the bare bones knowledge to just help judge this conversation along, because again, I have not played this game, so I don't have much of an opinion. You do that's scrolling. You do that quite a
I'm
lot.
just seeing if there's any more Undertale characters on here.
Spamton, but he's at the end.
Oh, but then technically that's Deltarune, so it's different.
And that's why I didn't talk about it.
Okay. Wheatley. Why?
Alright.
Who wants to fuck a
Would you-
fucking orb?
Listen to me. Wheatley is... I think it was Riku who said Wheatley is just a prick or something like that.
He's British and they made him into a twink. I've not seen Wheatley fan art. I'm just gonna put him in there right now. I need to
he's
see.
got some aliases on the Sexypedia, and I think I'd like to read this out. Intelligence dampening sphere, the dumbest moron who ever lived, and little white cuckball.
Hotel. Like this?
Yeah, people have made him into a twink. They like the British mad scientist Wheatley a lot. So as I understand, he's from the second Portal game, right? He does not appear in the first one. And he's a spherical robot housing an artificial intelligence, which in universe is a personality core. What was that last name, Jackson? Oh, Bumble, if you couldn't hear me. The last alias that Wheatley has on the Sexypedia is Little White Cuckball.
This kind of just looks like a sexified version of the guy who voices him.
Oh my god, I think that's the person we saw in your fucking tweet. I think that's who's at the table that I couldn't figure out. I think it's the Wheatley guy.
This
God.
literally looks like the guy who voices him. This
Barry,
one, not
if you
so
look
much.
At the picture
but...
I sent you, the TSM.png, right behind Bill Cipher and Bendy, I think that's supposed to be Wheatley in the back there.
Let me see. Sorry,
I believe that's also who this is. like in the fucking Avatar state things. I think that's Wheatley who's got the red shirt.
Huh.
I could be way off. I'm grasping at straws as much as anybody else.
This one? Yes! Yeah. This one here.
If you look in the back above Bill Cipher, I believe that's Wheatley. Yeah, you got it.
But yeah, I don't know if you know who voices Wheatley. Yeah. This is literally the guy who voices him. Like, obviously not AI, it's AI, but like...
If Wheatley were human, that's funny.
So... I find it funny that they literally just turned him into the guy that voices him. Now, if you do this to me... White hair, bam, I'm interested.
He's a bad boy.
What's his name? This is gonna bother me.
He looks like some guy. Oh my god, Ariel. You know about some guy? That's so funny.
This is his
Fucking
voice actor.
Getty Images some guy.
This is his voice actor, down here.
Yeah, I'm familiar with who that guy is.
Stench, you can't see that one, but...
It's Eric Wolpaw. He was in Psychonauts and Half-Life 2.
I don't
Eric Wolpaw.
Is that his name? I don't think it is.
I'm wrong. That's not him.
Mm-mm. This is different.
Eric Wolpaw is
This is like
creator.
peak some guy. I agree.
It's literally like, what? How do we get Stephen Merchant? That's what I'm
There you
thinking
go.
for. Stephen Merchant. I love Stephen Merchant, man. The Steve Show, fucking The Office, all that shit. He's so good. Hello, ladies. He's from Bristol, by the way. Isn't that funny?
Is it?
I don't know.
Even as just a core has been my favorite for like a decade now, given him how long Portal 2 has been out. He's a good character. Would I date him? Probably not. He is a little bastard. I agree. So where would I put him?
Good question. Where? Okay, so
I
would
think
you
he's getting
consider
FNAF'd.
The fact that Wheatley is twinkified, would you use?
I don't
that
think he's
as a means to
twinkified
help
though.
go up and down?
They've as Ariel is saying, they've just some guide him. Like it's just a
Right.
random guy. He's not even twinked. He's just
Right. Now-
a guy.
Yeah, right. Okay, so with that not even part of it, then it seems like using the Stephen Merchant voice as well as just his vibe in the show, where did you find yourself with Wheatley?
Now, I will say it's been a long time since I played Portal 2. I cannot really remember his character other than that he's like a friend for most of the game.
He's pretty harmless outside of being a little bit stubborn, but I think he becomes a legitimate threat to Chell and GLaDOS after later events.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'll sort of stay with that outside of spoilers. So I don't know. I think that's sort of up for your own discretion.
But he does have more... this is the thing, because he does have more personality than the FNAF ones and Gaster. But I feel like...
Actually, wait, hang on. I've got new development from this Expedia. You want me to read out about his white twink humanization? Because they have different opinions on the some guyization. Wheatley is arguably the godfather of Tumblr-originated white twink humanizations. He is most commonly depicted by fans as a lanky, blonde, blue-eyed white man with glasses. Many of his fans claim direct inspiration from this, from the appearance of his voice actor, another portal, a potential source of the extremely popular fanfiction Blue Sky by Waffles on fanfic.net. It was written in the fall of 2011, just a few months after the game was released, and it literally turned him into a human with glasses. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a tie, all the trappings that are now commonly associated with humanized Wheatley. Though this fanfiction was not the first to do so. The first was Smutfic, written from an anonymous fanfic, which turned Wheatley human for the purposes of writing smut, which set the precedent for all other humanizations. So from a Sexypedia perspective, white twink humanization started with Wheatley, for all intents and purposes.
Now, does that move him up? We
That's a
did
good
give
question, right?
we did give Onceler points for being like, you know, the pinnacle.
According to the people who made this website, he is the progenitor of taking things that are not inherently sexy and twinkifying them, which I would say is the core tenets of sexy men.
Up to the top of detail. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm kind of there too, because I would put him below Kokichi, but I think he's top D tier.
I'm just changing the background music. I'm sorry.
And it's your vibes. Also, for the record, we're at 2.5 hours.
I know we're not finishing this today.
No, I know, but I think we got a lot of good progress done today. I think this is a good start. To be honest, I would have been a little disappointed if we'd got through everything in 3 hours.
Now, GLaDOS.
This is a different conversation.
Completely, 100%. See, people said that I sounded somewhat like GLaDOS when I was trying to do my robot voice. I really don't think I did. I really don't think I did. GLaDOS definitely has a
Everyone is
smooth...
like S tier.
The thing is, she gives me evil mommy vibes, right?
Similar to Undine and Briska.
No. They don't have mommy vibes at all. Because for lore reasons that I won't go into, don't get mad, I'm just putting her there for now, like, just so people can see. I personally am not a huge fan of mommy type characters. I can accept people who do. I know it's a big thing. I, however, am not one of those. Maybe it's because people say I have those vibes. I don't know if I really do, but maybe I don't like it because I understand it? I don't know.
What, the GLaDOS being called mommy, but GLaDOS not thinking that?
Not even that, just like people like, I'm not really into the mommy vibe thing, as it in a way that I respect it. If you like it, fair enough, but it's not my personal preference. People have said that I give off those types of vibes, though. So maybe I'm saying I don't like it because I am that.
Interesting. Okay.
However, the murder side of things do give her extra points. If your mom was like, GLaDOS, you need therapy, high key, this is... Wait, what? I'm sorry if I'm accidentally calling anyone out with saying that she gives me mommy vibes. Please, I mean, if, and I'm like, where? Just, I think there's this, like, underlying, like, I know in the entire game she's, like, saying of the various ways that she wants to kill Chell, whatever, Chell? Yeah. It's the bossing, but then also I think there's an underlying care. Like, just because of where because it's spoilers, just because of GLaDOS's origins, she does have an underlying care for her. If that makes sense. If you've played the games, I think you'll understand what I mean.
I've become familiar with what it is through my research. I'm obviously not going to say, but I think a big part of why people like GLaDOS and put them in a sexy woman is the fact that, you know, dry humor, sadistic,
yeah.
As well as a distinct feminine voice.
Yeah.
The way she gets humanized in Sexy Woman is considerably eclipsed by how Wheatley was Sexy Man, I think.
Because I don't...
Now, when the latter's... Like, when Wheatley's Sexy Man treatment has died down, her own Woman status has risen. Like, she's just... I think I think Wheatley got more of a sexy man than GLaDOS did, even though she's such a well-known character. I think she's beloved as the robot.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean. Like, I've looked up GLaDOS humanized. I
It's
haven't
nothing
seen...
consistent.
Yeah, I've not really seen any kind of art that really, like, this is a cool cosplay, but would I say that it looks
Wheatley
like...
has been one-slurrized. GLaDOS has not underwent one-slurrization. There are not a
Yes.
lot of distinct AUs that have become separate and accepted. GLaDOS has
Yes.
been in her own sphere, which is surprising. Like, I'm sure there's some small cult followings that like accept a couple here and there, but like, you know, there's a lot of them.
So, I think that she's a cool character. Would I
Sure.
want to date her? I don't know if I would. So, I think I'm gonna keep her in B. I'm sorry if that... everyone's saying S. I support you. You are valid in your masochistic endeavors. But be true to yourself. We still love you. Thank you. Thank you. Ariel.
Feels called out.
Ariel. I'd say B2. Yay, Laserbears agree with me.
Ariel revokes that love with that
Look,
statement.
look. You're gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong if you're not a masochist for liking a person that literally verbally berates you the entire game.
And she wants to kill you. Barry, why exactly do you like Junko Enoshima? Just while we're talking about someone who's a dominating personality and wants to kill you.
Yandere. See, I think that's the difference.
GLaDOS
Junko,
isn't a yandere, though, would you
Junko
say?
would be a yandere. GLaDOS would not be a yandere. She'd be like, get the fuck out. I don't give a shit. Like...
Okay. All right. To quote the great Shattersuga, the lines have been drawn in the sand.
Ariel, are you agreeing with me that it's kind of masochistic? I'm not saying that it's bad.
I like independent women. What can I say? That's not a
I'm
woman.
happy for you. That's a robot. Yeah,
Well-
true, but like,
That's a feminine robot.
but I'm not. You are valid, but you are a
Taro
masochist.
is judging Ariel. Just want to put that out there. Taro
Well, no,
is
because Tara said
staring.
S as well, I believe.
Yeah. The vibes.
But the
Dad, it's not
vibes.
about winning. It's about the vibes. How are the vibes, son? They're incredible, Dad.
So yeah, you are valid. I appreciate and love you all.
I gotta get this Sans glow stick art off my screen.
Now, this next person, no fucking clue. No
Could
fucking
you give me a
clue.
franchise?
No.
You have no idea who this person
Nope.
is at all? So this is from Half-Life. Does that help you at all?
I know of Half-Life. I
Okay.
have not seen anything to do with it. Like, I've not watched anyone play it. I've not played it myself. I know that it's
All right.
like, it's kind of, I know that Portal and Half-Life are in the same world, and that they're both kind of like these institutions of like maybe
So there
not so
are
ethical science, but
I found this out from Diaki. I have not finished the first Half-Life game, and I know nothing about it, but I'm familiar with the characters, and yes, the Black Mesa Corporation within
Black
Half-Life
Mesa,
has
that's what it is.
mentioned aperture science
I
in
know.
their infrastructure. So yeah, they're tied. So this is G-Man. G-Man, of course, stands for government. He's a suit from the government, and he's a main antagonist in the Half-Life series. When I say main antagonist, for the majority of the first series, from what I've played, you're just preemptively putting him in D.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting the Gaster treatment. Is that what I'm saying? So he's gotten a lot of meme culture, and I think that's a big part
Right.
of like his point of being like a sexy man. So he shows up in every part of the levels and the compounds of the Half-Life game. That's because he sort of teleports between and you never get a chance to see him. People believe that he's like an eldritch being who has the ability to teleport and stuff, or he's at least not human. Due
Oh.
to his like mysterious nature.
Also, yeah, I know what you mean, Jelly. I think I remember hearing it in the song now. I know they're from the same world.
Yeah, both Half-Life and
Portal.
Portal have mentions to either.
Mm.
I believe in Half-Life 2 or in Alex they mentioned aperture science, and I think, like she said, in Portal they mentioned
And then he goes,
Black Mesa.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Also,
yeah, so,
really quick, Neb, I'm really confused, or not confused, I'm really curious as to what I said that made you think that I was a Zoomer.
because you haven't heard of Half-Life.
I've heard of Half-Life, I've just not played it or watched anyone else play it. You have to
I'm a
remember
Zoomer
that
who
I'm a
has not
baby
played it.
gamer.
I think that's the distance.
I played Portal, but I just haven't played. I just haven't played Half-Life. I never played it either, and I'm not a Zoomer. Yay!
So just, I feel the need to mention this. Usually, if it's just a one-off statement, I don't. But if we're going to continue talking about sort of age groups and stuff, just to be aware for everybody, Twitch TOS mentions that age posting is against TOS as far as how much they go into that, as far as banning or blocking and all that. It's important to know. But if we do decide to share more about it, I just ask that nobody say their actual number, just for the sake of nobody getting bonked. Yes, it has gotten people in trouble. There have been accounts that have been banned from talking about age. So I just, it's okay to like put in the generational stuff like that, but I do realize that because it happened before, but I didn't mention it because if it's not a big thing, then it's not a big deal. But yeah, just be careful with that.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing to mention, according to Half-Life lore, I don't know how exact this is because I haven't finished the game. G-Man has existed since the beginning of time. So he's not only a GILF, he is the oldest GILF there is.
I feel like that is one of those like world's first sentences, if you know what I mean. There's like a Reddit for it where it's like sentences never said before or something.
Yeah. So he speaks in a very slow, condescending tone. Hello, Mr. Freeman. Right, like that shit. His pacing's very strange. He draws out specific words. He invokes fear and mystery just in the way that he does that. And he reeks of new money, to be honest. He's got a lot of power over them. He induces a lot of different scenarios and consequences, almost in a GLaDOS-like scenario where he creates things for the character to overcome. And his condescending tone basically makes him feel amoral. So all of that, suffice it to say, is why he has sort of jumped his way into sexy man stuff. Despite his domineering, mysterious stuff, he has not gotten he's not undergone onceler-ization. There are not prominent AUs which talk about the G-Man. There are simply just memes and like predictions. He hasn't gotten the Sans treatment, which is really interesting because G-Man, I would say, is one of the really big Reddit memes of its early time. Like, do you know how many Half-Life memes I've seen where it's just G-Man doing stuff? Like Prop Hunt or like Gary's mod has so much G-Man stuff.
Really?
It's like it's really interesting to me that he's a sexy man regardless of really not getting much of a treatment than that.
So I think I'm going to move him up to C.
It could also be the fact that, he started out in 98, that he maybe missed the train when Tumblr was super popular a decade later, that he's not really like a big, if he had come out with the game in the middle of Tumblr being big, he might have gotten more.
That makes sense. So I'm gonna move him up to C. I don't think he's gonna be a high C, just purely because I don't really have like a personal attachment to him since I've not played the game. But with your explanation of him, I understand why he's been Tumblr sexified, and I can't like put GLaDOS in B and then have the same, basically a similar character be in D for like the same reason, just because he's a guy,
Okay. Also, sorry if I cut you off. I saw you were still talking. I didn't hear anything coming through Discord, so maybe that was just like on my end or something.
Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you through stream. It was just for a brief moment in Discord I couldn't hear you. So I saw that I was kind of talking over you. So sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's a hard one. I think this is a hard one to do because technically he has the D treatment of you're not very familiar with him, but after learning about him, he has like GLaDOS vibes. So it's like, where do you put him, right?
Shocked that Nagito or Junko on S tier. I don't know. I haven't played the second game, so that's why he's an A tier. And Junko is good, but I know that there are some good. You'll see. There are some S tiers in here for me.
Titans to come.
Yeah.
We've got 10 minutes till 3 hours. How do you want to play this out?
I mean, we'll go until I get too tired, if that's fine.
Because you mentioned that you've got time constraints, and I'd just like to be time parent. Okay.
Question is
Well,
Lady D in this? We'll have to see.
Even though Barry has cheated and looked several times, we're going to still maintain the illusion of
I don't know
surprise.
everyone.
I know. Okay, so do you think you've satisfied yourself with the G-Man placement?
Yes. S tier is wedding ring. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this Anakin?
It is. It is Anakin Skywalker.
I have
Played
never
by
seen a
Hayden
Star
Christensen.
War. I've
Okay.
never seen a Star War.
So knowing Anakin Skywalker and not having seen Star Wars, could you tell me a little bit about his character?
He doesn't like sand.
Why is that?
It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere, or whatever the quote is.
That's really funny. Tell you what, I'll give you a little bit of a background on him, just in the sake of why it pertains to him being a sexy man. The original prequel of trilogy of Star Wars, he's a primary protagonist. He's a child, he grows up, and then in the original trilogy, he appears as the primary antagonist, and he is Darth Vader eventually. He's a Jedi Knight, later turns Sith Lord, and he's the prophesized chosen one who is supposed to bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith. He ends up, however, joining them, and his father, Luke Skywalker, and Leia Organa, although both dead alongside his wife, were the later people to like meet up with him, and that's sort of why I think he.
Jackson, just real quick, Ariel needs to go. Ariel, you can bomb my chat whenever you want to. Thank you for being here. If you want to come back, we'll gladly take you. Love you, mwah. Carry on.
It was a lot of fun chatting with you, Ariel. I think this was the first time I've really had like a prolonged chat with you, and I've had a lot of fun with it. I hope you have a good night. And don't worry, we'll be continuing this later on. There's going to be a part 2.
Yeah, because there's no way there's watchers have to do like part 3 as well.
This is the trilogy of sexy men.
Yeah.
So him being protagonist, then antagonist, having an unknown father. He was born to a Shmi Skywalker, which nobody cares about, but his whole thing of like his goal of destroying the Sith eventually happening, all the stuff with, you know, all these events that happen as a result of like him being Darth Vader and everything. Like he gets a redemption arc, he does some other stuff. There's quite a roller coaster to it. I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, you should watch the 9 Star Wars movies. So you understand why he's a sexy man. But he's got like he's a good turn bad, goes back to a redemption arc where in his final moments he does a really big sort of redeeming thing. He's a good boy at heart, right? He cares very much for family and all that. It's funny, some of these sexy man posts actually have classes to them as SCP. GLaDOS was type Euclid. Anakin is Keter. Forgive me, I don't know the ranges there, but I thought that'd be funny to know that they put him below GLaDOS.
Okay. I would also put him below GLaDOS.
You can see why he's a sexy man just from the look of Hayden Christensen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. I think I think C is good. Like because I think D is turning into like things that don't really have a personality. And then Wheatley's here as well, just vibing.
It's the back rooms.
Yeah. Whereas C is turning into
I
like.
would put Wheatley at the bottom of D personally.
Really?
My own opinion, I don't think how we've classified D would work with putting Wheatley at the front. I don't know. I would say he's the bottom of C simply because he's got a lot of personality. He is well known to us, and he's got sort of a vibe to him. Plus, I mean, he got one slur size, so that's part of the vibe.
I guess.
But again, that's your own opinion. You don't have to move it, but it's just funny that like I feel that Wheatley is a glaring difference in the D section in our BOGO bin.
I think he's voiced by Stephen Merchant. Yeah, see, that's the thing, because we were looking up humanized versions of Wheatley, and people have just decided they look like he looks like Stephen Merchant, but anime.
It's so funny that Ariel said some guy treatment because it's so true.
It is. Like, if you imagine some guy, and you'd be like, yeah, Stephen Merchant is
White
he
hair,
just is some
blue
guy.
Eyes, blonde hair, tie, glasses. Okay. So,
I think it's just more the fact that if we're going off like what they actually are, would I date just an orb?
Right. And I think that's fair for putting them down there, because Gast we know nothing about. The rest of them are from Five Nights at Freddy's, so they're automatically on the list of no. Do you want to get rid of? Oh dear God, why? Or do you think there will be an entry later that you're like, please no, they are below.
I see one coming up.
Okay, all right.
Now, okay, the next one is Discord from My Little Pony.
Tell me about Discord.
I have never seen My Little Pony. I know that he's the bad guy. No idea. No idea what he's like. No clue.
Okay, so I have kind of a funny story for this. I confused two people. Do me a favor. Can you look up the words Baron Vane for me? Baron like the title, and then Vane, V-A-I-N. There shouldn't be anything NSFW on there, especially if you've got safe search on.
Vane like this?
B-A-I-N.
B-A-I-N.
So Baron Vane, this character from Modifiers, this is who I thought Discord was. And the reason why I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, this guy, because there was a well-known meme adult content video with this person, and I was mortified when I saw Discord show up because I thought it was that one. And I was like, no, please, God, don't make him that. I was very mistaken. Modifiers I don't know anything about, but we can sort of just get off that tangent. Discord is like a well-known antagonist in that series, and I remember I was talking to Riku about it because she has seen a lot of that series. She was an MLP fan.
Neb seems to have seen this thing that you were referring to.
Neb, anybody in 2016 has seen it. Put it that way, and Bumble has also seen it. So yeah, I guess I would say Discord is a male Dragon Equus, and he's the former antagonist. He was in season 2, and he's Princess Celestia explains that he's like the spirit of chaos and disharmony, who once ruled over Equestria during this like state of, you know, primordial unrest, general unhappiness, blah 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 blah, progenitive shit, like primordial ooze vibes, right? Like the whole thing, he was there before time, blah, all that shit. Basically, he imprisoned Princess Luna, Princess Luna and Princess Celestia imprisoned him within the elements of harmony or whatever, and there's a whole thing to him as why people like him in the Sexypedia. I would say it's because he's a villain, and he's the spirit of chaos, and he's kind of quirky. He's a fourth wall blurring, angsty British person. People have called him.
Why is it always the British accent?
I don't care to. He's meant to mimic Q from Star Trek, if you know who Q is. And you don't have to, but it's like that. But yeah, he's kind of eldritch. He's kind of a suit guy, kind of non-human, unkempt antagonist. It's hard to say, right? I think people just like My Little Pony, and they found someone they like who is a father figure of sorts, or rather an adult male, and that's why they like the DILF vibes. I would say the D treatment is fair.
From what little I know about him, I think you have to take into account, like, there are things higher here that maybe if I watched My Little Pony, I'd love Discord, maybe, but I think I've heard he's voiced by Q, but could be misremembering. Oh, okay.
So the voice actor for Discord is I think it's John Delancey, who is Q. I believe that is the same voice actor, yeah. So I think maybe him trying to be mimicked like Q, they sought out to do that by hiring the voice actor from Next Generation, and they just that worked, right?
Yeah, so we have to take into consideration that there are things that are higher here that might not be if I'd seen and interacted with all of these things, but some people may be lower, even if I do like them, just because I don't know enough about it. Unfortunately,
also,
I cannot consume every single thing.
Because this series, he just doesn't give you sexy man vibes. He seems like an odd man out.
Yeah.
Put it this way, he's been shipped with basically every character from My Little Pony, so that's probably where the sexy man status comes from.
Don't like that.
He's class Euclid, if you care, on the Sexypedia.
I think we can leave Discord and move on to Mr. Junkrat.
What is your Overwatch experience, by the way?
I have never played. Oh no, tell a lie. I played Overwatch once. My experience with it was when it first came out. I really enjoyed watching the lore videos for it, and I used to watch people playing it quite a lot. I used to watch. You know, Aaron from Game Grumps. His wife used to play it a lot. Yes, Susie. I used to watch her play it a lot. And that's pretty much my experience with Junkrat. I have seen a lot of art though. Yeah.
There's a lot of Junkrat art out there. If you look up the 34s, oh boy.
Especially with fuck, what's his name? The piggy guy.
Hog.
Yeah.
Roadhog, yeah.
Yeah.
Art. Now hang on, Sai.
No. It's art.
It is. I would say it's art. They're very talented.
It's hentai and
so,
it's art. That's what it is.
If you care about his aliases, some of these are kind of funny, like Overwatch themed. It's Jameson Fox, which is his real name, and then fucking Get Off Junkrat, they're running pharmacy, and please switch to a healer or something. And it's so funny to me. So people like that he's kind of an unkempt, pale twink. They like that he's got clown
They don't
vibes.
have to twinkify himself. He's already a twink.
Right, and he's a twisted freaking psychopath. Pretty much. He's an Australian demo expert, and that's an unhinged blonde Aussie. I think is enough to get him right up there. Which is funny because Overwatch came out in 2016, so this is a very late entry to the Sexypedia. He blew up on social media though.
He did.
Like, as soon as he came out, everyone was like, "Holy fuck!"
I am gonna put him kind of like, this could change, but he's near the top of C currently.
He's below Aridin though. That's interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say Aridin is more conventionally attractive than Junkrat? To you, this is your opinion, by the way.
I couldn't see. The thing is, with when you say conventionally attractive, it's whether you mean conventionally attractive or attractive to me.
When I say conventionally, I mean conventionally to Tumblr, making him a sexy man thing. Because Junkrat specifically, although people thirsted for McCree, Lucio, the Shamadas, everybody on Overwatch as far as males, Junkrat stood out on Tumblr. He was one of the most thirsted on.
I would say, because due to the fact that everyone gave Aridin a British accent and, like, you know, it's the kind of... It's that whole suit thing again. Like, he would wear a suit. 100%. Sure. Aridin would. So I think it's just kind of that. It's the mix-up between the kind of dirty bad boy versus the put-together bad boy, I guess. Like, do you like your bad guys from high society done up to the nines with, or do you like the chaotic bad guys?
No, it's funny you mention that, because in the fandom within Tumblr, a lot of people cleaned him up. They made him more attractive. They removed some of his bald spots. They made his eyes less wild, calmed him down, and then they drew him with sharp teeth. And they made his hair not on fire.
Kind of takes the point away from Junkrat.
I agree. I think many jokes were made about how people were horny for him, and he's known outside the fandom for it. But, you know, I think they shouldn't have played with fire. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna like Junkrat for Junkrat. Don't turn him into a completely different person.
Don't cypherify him.
Yeah. And we were just talking about Junkrat from Overwatch. You would kiss him? But would you want to clean him up? Or would you just want to keep him as Junkrat? Because apparently a lot of people tried to, like, I can fix him kind of thing.
You can fix a lot of people, can't you, Barry?
I can't, but Tumblr seems to think they can fix a lot of people.
There's someone later in this list who, actually, if we end up doing 2 or 3 parts, I think your boy is going to be in the last
Yeah.
scene, which is
Yeah.
very funny. So we are definitely doing a part 2.
Bumble, we were just saying, I think it's weird to change him. Like, like him for who he is. Don't feel the need to change him.
He's an Aussie. I mean, you gotta take it at face value, right?
Yeah, that's just how they are. Now, for the next one, I think is gonna be my first. Oh dear God, why?
Really?
Who is out here wanting to have relations with Plankton?
I would like to just go on record saying a good percentage of people more than likely enjoy Plankton for his voice actor, Mr. Lawrence, who has an incredible voice.
Then like the voice actor. I'm not.
It's not the
I like it's very good voice acting. I agree. Like, fair enough. But no.
It is becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer. I am small.
He is small, and that's another of the reasons.
It's evil. It's diabolical.
It's
lemon scented. Yeah. I fucking love Plankton so much. I, the amazing Plankton, with the use of prestidigitation, will make a Krabby Patty disappear before your very eyes. Fucking hops out the window with it. I think the vibes are what makes him a sexy man. People...
No.
He's just a scheming, angsty, intelligent guy. He's so quotable. He's so villainous. He's... I wouldn't say well-dressed, but he talks as if he's well-dressed. Right?
Okay, yeah.
A lot of people understand that Plankton is such a catch because his connection with Karen is such a back and forth, and people long for that attachment. Like the little snippy quips back and forth, like 1% evil, 99% hot gas, right? Like all like the fucking the connection that he has with Karen is what I think a lot of Tumblr people want, and that's why he's on here.
If you didn't know, Jackson is a huge SpongeBob fan. Doesn't sound like the right word, but what would you say?
I would say fan's a good word for it. I think anything past that is like obsessive and a negative connotation. I think like if you were to say I'm like what would you call someone who's like obsessed with a franchise? What do you call those? I know there's a Tumblr term for it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
A what?
Like a stan, maybe? Like
that is not a Tumblr word, but...
Yeah, it's not. I ended up changing it at the end of it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm quite a fan of it. I don't think I'm like obsessed with it in the sense that it's like, oh my god, I don't gatekeep. I don't fucking like...
Mr. I can quote entire episodes.
I am a bigger fan than most people. I don't like to say that. But couldn't tell. Not at all. Yeah, right. Bumble has no idea. Have you thought about the fact that Karen's a computer underwater? Like, she would have to be waterproof, right?
Damn, I never have thought about that. I don't think you're supposed to.
You're
not supposed to think about anything. There's a fucking beach underwater.
There's also fire underwater.
True.
Put it this way, though.
There's also a talking sponge.
Okay, you really are you the pink bear on Twitch when you talk to me about plausible deniability? Really?
Yes.
So
you brought it up
the other day. I just thought about this just now. Actually, if she's a waterproof computer, that means you could blow loads into her insides, right?
I need you to stop that thought right now.
Okay. It brings another word to chum bucket, doesn't it?
I hate you. I hate you so much.
All right, I'll stop. But yeah, so I would agree.
Oh
no! Oh, Poe, would you consider Plankton a sexy man? Please tell us your thoughts.
It was him, not me. It was, none of it was me. I put Plankton in it. Oh dear God, why? We're rating Tumblr sexy man? I prefer his wife.
Karen, I wish was on here. The fact that Karen is not on here is a massive L to this community. I think Karen is prime wife material, and I think she is one of the best, like, archetypes for sexy man. You know what I mean?
Okay, fair enough. I'd probably put Karen higher than Plankton.
I would hope so. Look at where he stands.
Musical? I need
You
to
have
see this now. I
William
knew there was a
Afton.
SpongeBob musical, but like,
The SpongeBob musical is quite a time.
so I think some of it
Have you
was
have you
written-
seen effeminate SpongeBob cast? Have you seen that? They're very thetra. If we're talking live action Plankton as sexy
This
man,
one?
they're taking it out of oh dear God, why? Yes, sir. That's Plankton. That's Wesley Taylor. Taylor, sorry.
Who is this?
Yeah.
Is this Karen?
Oh, you better believe it's Karen.
I like her. I
Yeah.
like her.
Yeah.
I want to see
Yeah.
the entire cast now. I've been opened
You
up
should
to
see
a
what
new
Sandy looks
world.
like. You should see Sandy. Sandy's got some hips. Also, Squidward does like a backflip thing with 4 legs. It's kind of funny.
Damn, girl!
She's
Work.
Got, she's got birthing hips.
Stop.
That's why they call her cheeks.
Stop!
But yeah,
I kind of want to
picture,
watch
if
this
you-
now.
We can arrange that for sure. I sent you a picture of like Plankton and his wife, and that's a good vibe between those two.
I have many questions. I don't want answers.
I think that's valid. They kind of did. I don't know if they did Patrick dirty or not. I think it's a good fit for Patrick. I don't know how I feel about Patrick's character though. Patrick can sing though. He's got a good set of pipes on him. They all do though.
I can see that. I feel like Patrick has to have like a good bass voice.
Also, the guy who plays Patchy looks strikingly similar to
Yeah, I agree.
Tom Kenny. He looks very close to Tom Kenny. Also,
This
they just
man
put-
looks like
He looks like Clancy Brown. I mean, I can't get past it.
he looks like, Fat Bastard from.
Oh, I know, Fat Bastard.
He looks like Fat Bastard.
Pepto-Bismol Johnny Bravo is really funny, Poe. Look up Mr. Krabs if you haven't seen him yet. He's got a funny fucking beard on him. He looks like trailer trash.
I love that for him.
Isn't he funny?
Yeah.
Funny looking. I also like that they didn't give an actor to Gary. They put Gary as like a fucking porcelain thing on wheels, which is good. That's a good call.
Yeah. Okay, well, I knew there was a SpongeBob musical, but I'd never
Also, they made Puff, or sorry, not Puff. They made Pearl. They made Pearl a black lady, which I thought was interesting. She looks good though.
She
I
does.
love her outfit idea.
I want
Like,
those
she looks-
shoes. Are those YRUs?
That's exactly what I was gonna mention.
They
is
might
that
be
you would love her outfit.
YRUs. They might be YRUs.
Barry's like analyze. Enhance. Are those demonias? No, they couldn't be. Sorry, demonia.
Demonia.
Oh, I was right. Fuck. The Pearl outfit is really good. I think
It's
you
so
couldn't do that.
good.
I think her hair is perfect, right? Like that's why I'm glad they decided to make her an African American woman because that big front top that you get with an afro is very good. I think that was good choice. It was a good choice.
Huh. Well, I am intrigued. Okay. Interesting. I want to see this now.
We can arrange that. So the SpongeBob musical did make it to Broadway. It was
I
made
think
by
some of the music was done by Brendan Urie, I think.
So the playwright was Kyle Jarrow. As far as everything else, I know some of the composers were Tom Kenny, David Bowie, Cyndi Lauper, and Andy Paley, but I don't know about Brendan Urie.
Okay.
It made it to the Oriental Theater in Chicago, though, if that says anything.
Watch Party One. I'll have to find a way. Like, I don't know if it's has it been filmed?
I've got it. I can.
We'll stop
there's an
that.
official
We'll
recording.
okay.
It's
There we go.
the Chicago cast. There's a recording. Yeah.
Just because I know that there's like an official recording of like Shrek the Musical as well.
Yeah, they got the good gang in there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very well produced. I mean, like fucking Cyndi Lauper and David Bowie
Yeah.
writing the music for this. Like it's not like the Shrek musical. It's actually good, which I love.
I'm very curious about this now. Like the story as well.
Yeah.
Now I'm going.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
seeing posh people going to see SpongeBob.
Oh yes, they got the small theater binoculars on the stick.
Yeah.
Oh yes. If they imagine now like Tom Kenny in a reverse scenario, him like singing Pagliacci's music and stuff. Like, imagine them going whole hog the other way, where it's the OG cast, and like Mr. Lawrence plays the guy who is against Pagliacci, and like you've got Sandy as the wife who dies on stage. You've got all these other people, like maybe Mr. Krabs is like the doctors. Like, imagine the other way, where they like classically trained the voice actors to sing and everything, and like, whoa, holy shit, Tom Kenny's got pipes. What the fuck? And now imagine like the SpongeBob voice singing the Pagliacci belt. Like, how impossible would that be?
Didn't the original voice cast voice over posh movie scenes? I have no idea. You'll have to tell us more.
Honestly, yeah, I would say SpongeBob is a good like litmus for like American culture. Like, I don't know, I'd like to think that we can claim that as like 2000s cartoons in America.
Now, I am gonna out myself again. I'm gonna out myself as a bad ex-goth. I have never seen Beetlejuice.
Okay. All right. Could you tell me a little bit about the Beetlejuice character? Give me a little bit of info from him.
I think he's a bastard man. Poe has sent me a link. Am I logged in on here? I am not logged into the right account. I know he's a little bastard man. I know. I call myself a musical theater fan, and like I've not even. It's like I'm a bad ex-goth. I'm a bad musical theater fan. I've not seen
on Burton and musical terms. You have failed.
Yeah.
As far as we're concerned with this,
yeah.
I think that's really funny.
I really want to watch it though, and the thing is with musicals, like. I don't like listening to the soundtracks without going to see the show first, because I feel
Have you seen what Beetlejuice looks like in the musical?
Yes.
He looks very different from Michael Keaton, and that throws me off every time.
Poe agrees with me. Yes, I don't like listening to the soundtrack. It's like there's so many shows that I've heard are really good. Like, Hades Town, I've heard that is supposed to be a really good musical. I have not seen it, like, or I don't like listening to the soundtracks, because the thing is, once you've heard the soundtracks, you basically know the entire story, right?
You mentioned this to me because you were showing me a lot of soundtracks from the song. You're like, okay, so this spoils it, but here you go.
Yeah. So if you listen to the soundtrack, you've basically spoiled yourself for the entire show, and I think that takes away from the emotions that you would feel.
They need to be organic.
Yeah, like, for example, like, if I had listened to the whole soundtrack of Miss Saigon before I'd seen it, I would have been so mad. I would have been so mad, because that is one of the best stage show experiences that I have, and I think it would have been ruined if I'd listened to the soundtrack beforehand. Now, I want to say, I'm not saying that my opinion is the correct one. If you like listening to soundtracks before, I completely understand, because unfortunately as a medium, theater is becoming less and less accessible, and there are so many shows out there that the chance to be able to see all of them is like gonna be a low chance. So
Which is a crying shame. COVID has essentially ruined live theater, and it's such a shame.
I have friends who like stage acting is their entire livelihood, and they have had shows shows cancelled here, there, and everywhere. Like, the theatre industry ruined live theatre. It's a difficult topic, because I think people want to support these shows. Like, for example, like me and Poe saying that we would want to see the show without spoiling it. But there are some shows that, like, I don't think I will ever get to see. So it's like, do I spoil myself on the off chance that I will get to see it? Or do I just listen to the music for what it is? So yeah. Mini theater rant. Obviously this is something that's kind of close to my heart, because I used to be a stage actor. I would love to be able to go see some, like, more stage shows, but unfortunately with, for example, musicals, a lot of the time you won't be able to get to see them unless you're either going to New York or London. And whereas London is more accessible to me, obviously there's touring shows, and obviously touring casts, there's nothing wrong with touring casts, but it only ever tends to be the big ones.
Broadway is the best indicator of if you like a musical or not. And I was talking to somebody the other week about like preserving media and stuff. Like they found these new cells from like the original SpongeBob thing, like when they first did like a dashboard of it, and they're like, someone wanted to get rid of it because they're like, okay, we don't need this anymore. But like in the same vein, I think like recording an official Broadway production of these, even though it like it removes the like paywall, I think as COVID goes on, I think it's very important that we preserve those productions. We won't have a chance to. There may be a time where we do a run of an entirely COVID negative safe cast with no audience, and they put it on a streaming service. I think that's the only way theater will survive.
I would love that. Poe's right. They can. They just don't. I think they tend to record the ones that they kind of see as for children, so to speak. That's why you've got Shrek the Musical, SpongeBob the Musical, like being recorded. But it would sell. It would sell if you started doing...
If I could see Heathers right now without having to go to Broadway, I would pay $40 to see it.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're not going to sell those for that much. If you sold, like, a recording of a stage show for, say, like, $20 or something, like, people would buy it. Yes, you're not getting the same amount as, like, selling $50 a ticket for a however long run, but it's just that thing of, like, if you want theatre if you want theatre to survive, you need to make it more accessible to people. It's classism and gatekeeping. Exactly.
But that's the theater industry. Since day one, it's been classism and gatekeeping.
It has.
Won't make it in this town unless you do what I say. And those people are in charge.
But it's just going to die as a medium if they don't, like... Unfortunately, because obviously, again, like, I would love to be... Like, I love going to see shows, but the thing is as well, like... I've been put off going to see some shows now because it costs a lot of money, and unfortunately I've been to a couple of shows where I know that the actors weren't putting their all into it, and it was like just a
Tuesday matinee.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it was like, I understand that when you're doing a show, like you're doing like 8 shows a week or whatever, that's tough. I get that. Or like however many shows a week it is. I get that it's tough. But I remember when I visited New York, I went to go see a show there, and I was like heartbroken because I traveled, like, I didn't travel to go see the show, just to be clear.
It's a highlight though, to go to an amazing theater.
Exactly.
Right?
So I was so excited to be able to go
Especially
see.
As a theater person, right? Like, you're watching out with a fine-tooth comb. You're like, okay, this is gonna be the good shit.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just underwhelmed completely. Thankfully, we managed to get some last-minute tickets to go see The Color Purple on Broadway. And that was amazing. That like reignited my love for theater. But the previous show for that, like, I'm just gonna name it. It's not like anyone's gonna care. I saw Chicago, and that was the disappointing one. I honestly think, having seen Chicago on stage twice now, the film is better.
Which is a shame. It shouldn't be.
Chicago is different because the way that they stage it, they have the band on stage, and then all of the stuff that happens, like, there's not really any set. It's just kind of the action in front of the band, which is a really cool concept. No, it's always been like that though. It's a cool concept, but I think when you don't have all of the bells and whistles, like, if you don't have the set, if you don't have these, like, huge things to kind of, like, wow them, you have to do it with the acting and the singing, right? And with that one, I didn't get it. But, like I say, The Color Purple was amazing. it was so good. And like you mentioned Heathers, I know I've spoken to you about this before. I have seen Heathers live twice now. It is a very good show. I think... See, this is going to be a hot take moment as well. Like, Heathers got really popular with a younger audience for a good reason. It's a very good show with a, like, really good music. It's funny. It's like, it's really good. Unfortunately, some people seem to think that those shows are kind of audience participation sometimes. I don't like that. If you're going to the theater, I get that you're excited. However, everyone's there to see the show.
They're not here to listen to you, but that's also movie theater etiquette.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of it's the same thing with movie theater. Yeah, exactly. Don't sing along. It isn't
But
karaoke.
movie theaters don't get stumbled by people in the audience intruding.
And it's just a difficult one because you don't want to say like shut up, like just watch the show, because you can see that like these people are like,
That's why they have the ushers to tell them to shut up.
but the thing is they don't usually, or at least over here.
Okay. Alright.
And it's difficult because at one point when I was younger, I was a young teenager. I went to go see Hairspray live, and I love Hairspray a lot. It's one of my favorite musicals. I went to hum along one time, and my mum just stopped me immediately. Like, no, that's not happening. I know you're excited, and I know you're having fun, but this isn't the place. Thank you, I will hydrate.
Time check, we're a half an hour over. Are you okay to keep going?
Yes. I'll tell you when I'm getting sleepy. If that's okay. Or if you need to end, you tell me.
I'm good to go for another 5 hours, so don't worry about me slowing down. You, however, are not.
But yeah, welcome to my theater rant.
I think above all else, one of the big ones I want to see is Miss Saigon. I want to see that in Broadway.
But just to finish my thing, please don't sing. If you're going to see a musical, I know you're excited, but please don't sing along if you know the words and stuff. There are people...
Treat it like you're in the movie theater for a quiet place. You can hear everything
yes.
in the theater, and that includes participants in the crowd.
It is a respin of Madame Butterfly, yeah. It's, like I say, it's one of, if not the best theatre experience I have had going to see that show. I obviously can't speak.
People in the future may not be able to experience that. Is a big thing why I wish Miss Saigon could be recorded.
I think there might be a recording of Miss Saigon, actually. I think there actually is of Miss Saigon. I could be wrong, but I think there is. And I would happily watch that with people. Because I can only speak for my cast, but the one that I saw, but the one, just the staging for it was phenomenal. Like, it's such a good show. I cannot speak what's the word? I cannot speak more highly of it. Like, it's so good. I will have a look if it is recorded, because I would happily watch it with people in Discord or something. Yeah, just to finish quickly, people have paid a lot of money to go see shows in, whether it's West End, Broadway, any kind of theatre production. People have spent their hard-earned money to go see a show that they may have been waiting on for months, or they've been excited for ages. Please don't ruin it by singing. I'm sure you have a lovely voice, but please save it for after.
Save it for TikTok.
Save it for TikTok. Save it for singing with your friends. Yeah.
You of all people are a person to sing along too. Like,
exactly.
Sing along.
Exactly. If I'm watching a musical that I know,
90% of your waking hours.
Exactly. Like, I can remember I went on a TED Talk speaking to Jackson one time, and I whizzed through about like 5 or 6 different musicals, and I was singing along. I was like, "Oh, listen to this part; it's really good," and I'd be able to not sing.
And she stayed up. She was rejuvenated with energy for several hours because the topic of musicals came up.
And
so
like,
let's go down the list, huh? Musicals, High School Musical, Nier Automata. What's another one that you can go off on for a long time?
Genshin. But
Mary is adorable.
Oh, shush. And like, I'd be like, listen to this part, it's really, really good. And I'd try and stay quiet, but like 10 seconds, I would just
stop this feeling.
I get really excited about music. Because I think it was predominantly Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd is another one I'd love to see live.
Again, that's one I have not yet seen, and I haven't watched the movie because I don't know if I want to see Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter or if I want to see the original Broadway production.
It's fine. Like, I love it, but I'm sure a stage show would be better.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, as much as Helena Bonham Carter has got a set of pipes on her, I think theater version would be better.
Back to Beetlejuice. One of the shows that I really want to see, and I've heard parts of it because obviously, again, I don't have TikTok currently, but I used to have TikTok.
Oh really? I didn't know you were a reforming TikTok person.
I may have TikTok again in the future because TikTok, like shorts, those kind of videos are everywhere now. You can't go on a platform without seeing them apart from Twitter. Like, so I feel the thing is though, but when I watch things on like Facebook, for example, I'll be watching things for 10 minutes without realizing, and then I will hate myself after. But that's the thing with TikTok, because I got TikTok around the time that I don't know if you guys ever had this, but in the UK when COVID was a thing, the whole country was on lockdown for a few months. My entire life was TikTok and Animal Crossing. I would literally do nothing else. That was my entire life.
That's what kept this country going, I'd say, was TikTok and Animal Crossing.
Yeah. The movie is okay, they just play it so straight. Yeah, I'd agree.
Have you been on Bear Talk? Have you seen the TikToks of all the little bears and stuff?
I haven't, because the thing is, that's why I'd want to start a whole new, like,
fresh slate.
You got very sick, you think mono? Wait, now or COVID times? The Animal Crossing helmet? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Just now, I've contracted mono. Oh!
What? Because I know Ariel was sick, so...
Yeah.
I think Animal Crossing is another thing that I could go off on for a while. Animal Crossing very much has a special place in my heart.
What's your favorite KK song?
Oh, KK Disco. I played it earlier.
Hell yeah.
I love KK Disco.
That's the Discord song?
What?
No.
This one. I mean, this is a banned version of it, but actually, I can probably just play Animal Crossing songs on.
I'd be careful with Nintendo music, but yeah, I mean, I don't think you couldn't. I guess while that's playing, I can talk a little bit about Beetlejuice because I have seen the movie. I have not seen the musical though. Michael Keaton plays a filthy, disgusting, disproportionately gross undead guy, and for whatever reason, there was a large percentage of goth girls, specifically on Tumblr, who enjoyed this guy's vibe. And he is, according to the Sexypedia, the entire spirit of a sexy man.
Without looking like one.
Without looking like one. There's 3 popular incarnations of him, all who have received a high degree of sexy manning. So the fact that he's a Burton production, that's a big one on there for a lot of Tumblr people. He's angsty, he's a chaos lord. Let's face it, he's a clown as well, you know. Eldritch in nature. He's got that like unkempt suit look to him. as far as the fanon go, there was a Flanderization that they did. Like the musical caused fans to use Beetlejuice's implied backstory as fuel for their fan fictions. Funny enough, the musical spurred more of him becoming a sexy man, and fan art, imagines, all that stuff. Everything else they could cram his trauma into, they did. Seeing a sad and gloomy Beetlejuice with blue and purple hair became somewhat commonplace, actually, because of the musical.
I hear that the musical version definitely is not as, like... Oh no, apparently he's not as, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? I think the woobification of Beetlejuice makes sense. Like, apparently he's not as, like, grisly. He's just, like... Is it, like, a some guy kind of transformation?
It's hard to say. They definitely John locked him as a result of the musical, but I can't say about woobification, because, I haven't seen the musical. Can you describe what a woobie is, by the way, for anyone who's not familiar?
No.
Like woobification, process of turning someone into a woobie.
I don't know what a woobie is. If you say like, I don't know what a woobie is, but I completely understood the vibe as soon as someone said woobification to me.
So it's a fictional character who's like morally gray or a villain. They're subjected to constant stress and angst, and it creates a pathos within their narrative, and it increases their emotional attachment to them because they're relatable.
Oh no.
So woobification of Beetlejuice is like, okay, the musical has crammed as much trauma into this boy as we possibly can. He's misunderstood. He's not like other people. I relate to him quite a lot. That's why goth girls ate his shit up.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
It's a sad little meow meow.
Oh no.
Dimitri is a woobie.
Okay.
So now that we've gotten that one out of the way. Pretty much, so a lot of people actually shipped,
Poe, do you like Dimitri?
Uh-oh. Bonding.
I love Dimitri so much.
Dimitri is a precious little meow meow.
Look, okay, I have...
The sand in the lines in the sand has been drawn with Poe. You further bond with Miss Berry.
Okay, look, I don't usually get crushes on, like, fictional characters. Like, there's kind of, like, the kind of base level of, like, oh, wow, this character's attractive, or, like, wow, I think I'd like this character, or I'd get on with this character. I very much have a crush on Dimitri Alexandra Bladed. Unironically.
I think I've found Barry's archetype in over the time that we've known each other. I'm starting to whittle down more and more. It's hard to distill exactly what Dimitri is down into like a sentence, but I'm starting to
Spicy
get a
good boy!
vibe.
Look, I'm telling you! Spicy good boy!
Spicy good boy. Yeah, a woobie.
I like my boys good. I like my boys. I think it's... We probably shouldn't get onto Dimitri because I will do this whole thing later, right? I will give my Dimitri... Yeah, we will get to him.
It's gonna have its own segment.
It's gonna be a whole separate 3 hours.
But yeah, I think to sort of sum up the whole Beetlejuice thing, a lot of people liked him because of the woobification. There are a lot of different versions of Beetlejuice, with the animated series, the musical, and the film. A lot of goth girls really like Beetlejuice. He was like up there with Jack Skellington back in the day when it came out. Put it that way.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah.
So he's definitely a sexy man. What I say, he's like... I don't think he's the entire spirit of sexy man, because I personally don't get it, but I get the reason. I wouldn't say he's like Gamzee, because Gamzee's different.
Genzi's different. I can fix it.
As long as he doesn't get near the fucking soaper
Slime,
slimes.
yeah.
That boy has done so much.
Ramshackle
can bring
Salvage,
him
how
back.
are you?
I am astounded that someone knows about Tord from Oddsworld, but we will get to that.
Very
in
likes
due
her
time.
boys looking like a drowned rat. Perhaps. Also, perhaps blood. But I shall say nothing more. I mean, my two other favorite male characters, of which I have figures of right in front of me, that I will soon have a figure of Dimitri, is...
I love that you don't have a figure of Dimitri.
Because I didn't have one until recently, but he's on pre-order. Soon. I'm so... okay. I'm not embarrassed, but, like, I pre-ordered my Dimitri figure 15 minutes after it went out. After it was, like,
Wow.
released.
That's almost too late.
I was, like... I was on it. Like, I was getting that figure. I even considered getting two, but I stopped myself.
One to cherish, one to sell. What's the second one for?
Just in case, if I want one on my desk and if I want one in my bedroom, you know, I don't know.
Right. One to keep clean.
Stop. One to lend to Poe.
A backup for Poe. I think the bond between Barry and Poe has strengthened. I think we've healed a lot of wounds.
I agree. When Beast Wars was imported to Japan by Takotoku, they changed Iris' gender to male and actually created a homosexual relationship. Nice! Love that for them. I have no idea who these are, but I love that for them. Also, thank you for the biddy, I'm sorry.
Hey, can you say that word that Poe said? Because that's a very good word.
Surreptitiously?
Do you know what surreptitiously is? I don't want to be that guy, but I love that word.
It's a good word.
It's like secretive.
I do know what you mean now because I know that JC was talking about Beast Wars. I was really fun. Wait, Bumble, do you like Transformers as well?
You have activated Poe's neurons with Beast Wars.
Apparently so. I have a friend who's really, really into Transformers, and I was listening to them talk about it a lot. I know nothing about it, I'm afraid, but you guys are more than welcome to live out your best lives and talk about Beast Wars.
It's a Transformers series in the 90s, and a lot of people were saying like I think it's like they literally turn into animals and stuff, like Optimus Prime and Megatron and all of them have like animal forms or something like that. It's really cool. They like take the forms of like birds, mammals, reptiles, invertebrates and stuff.
Have a good luck,
Sorry,
Nab.
yes. Optimus Primal, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know nothing about Transformers, I'm afraid. If anything, I'd probably say I was a Power Rangers kid.
Okay.
Because I feel like Power Rangers and Transformers are like a one or the other situation.
Potentially. I think being a Sentai appreciator doesn't exclude that, because you could just be a mech fan.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Transformers was always on a little bit like, please yell at me about Power Rangers. Well, I wouldn't say it's like one of my hyperfixations, but I would watch Power Rangers over Transformers. I did really want to be the yellow Power Ranger though, because back then I was one of those girls who's like, I don't like pink. I'm not like other girls.
You mentioned you hated pink. You were all black. You were not like those other girls.
Yeah. So I would always go like, oh, well, I can't be the typical girl. I can't be the pink ranger. So I
have
always
to wear all black.
I wanted to be the yellow ranger because that's the other girl character. But
right.
Considering I don't even I don't hate yellow, but I'm also like it's not like my favorite color.
Imagine if all of the genders of the Power Rangers were swapped, so you had boy pink and you had
I'd
like
love that.
femdom red and like I don't know, like cool sister vibes blue or like a
Wait, what day is it? Oh, are you streaming? Are you streaming in 4 minutes?
She's got a dip, yeah.
Big
A couple
smorches!
peas for me. Hell yeah.
14 minutes.
14 minutes.
I can read a clock. I just saw 6. I didn't see the number before it.
That's funny.
Beetlejuice!
So why would you put Beetlejuice under Anakin Skywalker and G-Bot now? Just because you?
I mean, I
put him in
haven't
the ambiguous section.
I haven't put him in place here yet. I just put him in C in the generic because
Your coining C is the I don't have really an opinion, but I'm aware of them.
Yeah.
Whereas D is like the ambiguous. I know nothing really.
or like I wouldn't want relations with a mech.
Right.
A mechanical animal.
I see you conveniently continuing to have Wheatley in there by his own exception. You're really hanging on to that.
We'll
It's
see.
fine.
Things may change.
We'll see. I will not have sex with the orb, no.
Not yet,
Alright.
anyway.
Are you
Okay.
satisfied with Beetlejuice's placement?
For now, it could change.
Alright, tell me who the next person is.
Evil Markiplier.
You know what Evil Markiplier's name is?
No. Wait, Darkiplier, isn't it?
That's right, that's right.
Would I do Rimuru? I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. Darkiplier is an S in your personal taste. I don't think I feel like I was there in like
Rimuru is
the
the main
creation.
character from the Slime series. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, I just cut you off.
It's
That's
okay.
my bad.
I think I was there for the creation of Darkiplier and his like first few things, but I've also never really been like a huge. When I say when I've not been a huge Markiplier fan, what I mean by that is that I haven't really seen much of his stuff. Obviously I'm aware of his existence, but
I guess how would you just classify Markiplier as a Tumblr sexy man?
I mean, he's a nice guy,
Right.
from what I know. I feel like... Yeah, let's put him top of C for now.
Well, I would say even though Darkiplier is technically a separate character, just for Barry's sake of to like find a spot for Markiplier as a whole, because I would say you're not super familiar with Darkiplier, right? Like I don't
I'm
know
not,
that you watched
no.
Who Killed Markiplier or A Heist With or A Date or In Space With, like a
I've
lot
watched
of those, like,
one of those. I can't remember which one it is.
In Space With Markiplier was his really big production. It was like a series.
The one that I watched was the multiple choice one where it'd be like, which one do you want to do? And then you'd click
That's
it and
In
then go
Space.
to... No, I don't think it... No, it definitely wasn't In Space.
It could have been A Date With then, because that was also interactive.
It might have been that one, yeah. I think it was A Date With.
Because it was like a little bit of a horror play at the end, and you're like paying the restaurant bill and stuff.
But this is also years ago.
Right. You want to go back down the rabbit hole of Markiplier content? I do wonder how I would like it nowadays, you know? Like, it started as a one-off video, but then he became notable in it.
He's just a good guy from what I'm... Like... It's difficult because it's not like some guy thing like Ariel was saying. It's not like that.
He has been consistently one of the nicest people on that platform. Like, there's been
Yeah.
no allegations with him, you know? Like, remember when he was in the hospital? He's like, hey guys, sorry I haven't uploaded this month. I wanted to get this video out. I'm not dead, but that may change in the future. So I
Yeah.
wanted to say that I really appreciate everybody, and that
I remember
touched me.
that.
I thought
Yeah.
that was it was a very like honest, open moment of him, like, hey, I'm really not sure of where my physical state is for right now, so I want to make sure I get something out in the meantime, which he didn't have to do at all.
Yeah. And like props
he's
to
a really
him
nice
for
fellow.
props to him for being able to like carry on doing this and like making like so
like,
much
10
stuff from
years.
it. Yeah, like I think he's
Over
got his
10
own
years.
like clothing brand now, I want to say.
Good for him. Diversifying that portfolio outside of YouTube, that's the only way to survive now.
yeah. I'm gonna go with top of C for now.
I think that's fair, because it's like, if we're encompassing Markiplier as a whole, as far as Tumblr Sexy Man, like, he's a good boy, but he's not like specifically for me.
I think what's missing there is, you know how I'm saying I like good boy with spice? Markiplier to me doesn't have that spice, but maybe Darkiplier is the spice that people are like, is that spice, but I don't know enough.
It's also a chance for him to flex his acting skills.
Yeah. But because I don't know enough about that spice, he has a backstory?
There's quite a lot of
Damn!
Darkiplier lore.
I did not know that. I just thought he was like a character. That's really
You might
cool.
have to do a Darkiplier run. You might
Maybe.
have to do a date with Markiplier.
Maybe.
In space. In space, I remember Faye commented specifically that is one of the like the best pieces of media he's come out with.
Oh shit.
Because it's like a
So that's
super
quite
long
recently,
series of interactive
right?
Stuff. Yeah, it's very recent, and he put his whole pussy into it. Like, at multiple episodes, interactive, all voice acted, well produced. Like, it's a very like he mentioned that it was a big production, and it brought some emotions. Like, it was one of those.
His whole Marcus.
Markiplier, yeah.
So yeah, we'll stick with that for now. The next one I have seen everywhere, especially in the Tumblr sexy men world. No clue.
Familiar?
No, not a
You
single
don't know what this
idea.
is?
No.
Have you heard of the animated series called Villainous?
Nope. You were
So
talking
this
about it earlier,
is-
right?
This is a Mexican animated series called Villanos, which in English is villainous, and it is
Yes, I do want to
Black
some
Hat.
cringe.
Yeah, let's hear some cringe. You can cut me off. You don't have to whisper. So Black Hat is the main character of this series, and he's the boss, so to speak. He sits in an office, yells at employees to do his dirty work, and he occasionally himself causes mischief in the mansion. He looks really hot doing these things, according to some of the fans in the show. Kind of an all-powerful criminal type, dominating, kind of eldritch, non-human as well. He's a retired villain who, out of his boredom, makes little gadgets and gizmos and stuff for younger villains. And his retirement comes with basically doing every evil thing imaginable. Hence why he's usually irritated, because he's already done it, you know?
Okay. Also, you call strawberry milk pink milk. But I have a different, I don't think that's cringe, but there is a different association with the word pilk now, I think. Especially in the picnic. Thanks to a certain Richard. Bumble. I think this guy's gonna suffer with, like, I know nothing about him, so I can't really rate him.
Put it this way, he has gotten fandom splintered. There have been many AUs who are formed, and they're seen interacting with each other, like White Hat, Gray Hat, Frayed Hat, a lot of those big ones. There's a lot of, like, how do I say? It's unclear whether they were uploaded before or after the movie was released, but once the Onceler gained popularity, it was still before the common trope of fandom sexy man most of the time. But, you know, Black Hat fits that niche.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he's, people agree that he's, like, bait, because it's highly likely due to how long him as a character existed compared to the sexy man trope. Like, you know, the original Villanos episodes were in 2012. same year that Lorax was released, so it's not really clear about all that. But as far as everything else goes, he was made to look and act generically evil, like a lot of generic tropes.
Right.
That
Okay.
happen to become sexy man tropes.
Right.
So despite all of that, there's still a chance the alterations to his design for the Cartoon Network series may have done to make him.
Wait, it was Cartoon Network?
In 2017, they did a redesign. Yeah, he got taller and more angular, and that's the one that you see now.
Also,
so
Dilk sounds. It sounds close to Dilf, so. I don't know. I feel like chocolate milk and strawberry milk are just fine. Era, hello, how are you, sweet? How was Hollow Knight earlier? Was it earlier? Or was that yesterday? I was watching it whenever it was. But with regards to this gentleman here, see, I think this is the time where, like, maybe the I don't know them well enough would come into play, because I recognize that they're, like, one of the pillars for Tumblr Sexy Men, but I don't know them at all, so I feel like rating them would be kind of,
pointless.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
So I'm just gonna quickly make the I don't know them enough. One. This one might only have like this character and one other, but I like I say, I think rating this person, this creature, whatever they are, is kind of, I don't know.
I will say, this is one of those interesting cases where you see him everywhere and know nothing about
him. I find it so interesting that I've literally, whenever I see Tumblr Sexy Men, like I say, he is one of those, like, out of the top 3. I think it's always, like, Wansler, this guy, Alistair, Sans. Like, it tends to be those ones, and I've never known who he was.
Right. Okay, interesting. Gotcha.
How was grinding the Lost Kin for an hour? It was amazing. I mean, I've tried that game and I didn't get very far. I do want to go back to it, but I think I just need to practice it a bit. The official villainess got only 1 episode and several what's the trope called where the characters of a show watch another show and be nitpicky. I didn't know that was a thing. Jackson, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what that's called, but I do know what you're talking about. As far as like the wiki goes with some of that stuff, like I have seen, he has shown up in other series like Mighty Magiswords, OKKO, and Victor Valentino and stuff like that. As far as the webisodes go, I can't speak too much because I haven't actually seen the series. I know about like the phase 1 and 2 and like the pilot and some of the other stuff that like rebooted for Cartoon Network. That's all I got though. This is definitely like the edge of my wheelhouse. Like I wish I could go more into it, but I really could not find much info on this stuff, despite it being like a popular series. Like short of watching it, I wouldn't have much more to comment on.
So the next one, I feel like I'm gonna make the next one my last one. Because I feel like I'm getting a little bit low energy right now, and I feel like I don't have enough energy to shout about why the fuck is the crab from Moana on this list.
That's a good one to start next time.
Exactly. So I think we will finish on Mr. Man from Don't Starve. I know he has a name. I could not tell you what that name is.
His name is Wilson Percival Higsbury.
It's the British thing again, isn't it?
It's the British thing. He's the gentleman scientist. He's class Euclid. He's a scientist who one day heard a strange voice on his radio that told him if he built a machine for them, he would be rewarded with secret knowledge, to which he agreed. And after building the portal, the voice, Maxwell at the time we find out, told him to flip the switch, and he was transported into the Constant, which is a world in which Don't Starve takes place, where he must survive. Which is just the intro video of the game.
I did not know that there was Don't Starve lore. Because I played Don't Starve together.
That's where other people come in there into the
Yes.
constant.
But my previous experience with Don't Starve Together was pick flowers and try and eat carrots to survive because no one told me what I was supposed to be doing. So my knowledge of Don't Starve.
I don't think I've had the chance to play Don't Starve together with you yet.
Nope, I've not played it with you. But it could be fun if Miyu and Ari wanted to play at some point. But I do want to play the Kirby game first. Anyway, we'll talk about that off stream.
In the opening cutscene, you see him in Don't Starve Together, actually captured by Charlie, put on Maxwell's throne, and from then on, he's forced to stay and be entrapped forever. If more happens or details are off, we'll figure that out later. But yeah, he's very British, stereotypical sort of British, proper English gent kind of personality. He's incredibly Burton, he's got the yee ass haircut from the Burton franchise, and he's got pasty skin, and he fits that aesthetic, right? He's a pale twink who's intelligent and is technically antagonistic because of the, what is it, the triumphant skin, I believe. He looks like he's replaced Maxwell, so he has a pretty awful chap, but, in a regular game, he's the regular, slightly insane, but not evil person.
No, I don't know that.
What's up?
I don't know that, but carry on.
Yeah, so he's not like mad scientist really, but he kind of is. I can see like that plus his physical appearance why a lot of people would think of him being like sexy manish. I'm sick of the British trope. That's really funny.
I know I said earlier I like waistcoats, but like I like waistcoats. Is it? Okay. Hi, Freedom.
A collared shirt.
Is it like wool then? How can you tell? Can you tell the texture of his outfit just by looking at it?
I would say it's more of a shirt because he's got a collared shirt underneath it.
Yeah, that's what. Do you know what a waistcoat is?
I thought waistcoat included the sleeves though.
No.
Oh.
Here you go.
So I can tell you that the official art for Don't Starve has what appears to be a waistcoat, I think.
I do like waistcoats.
You know what? Hey, this is a waistcoat. Yeah, you're right.
How would you rate Speedwagon? That's a JoJo character, I believe.
It is.
I have not seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I am afraid. So I cannot comment. Yeah, sorry. Barry said, "Oh, more waistcoat opportunities." I think
are there
waistcoats.
Any other people who are in the British thing?
Not currently, because at the time I wasn't sick of the trope. So it just like, well, not sick of. I always found it strange when people say like, "Oh my god, I love your accent. Are you British?" Like, not to stereotype you guys, but like, I don't know, like, I guess it's kind of like the thing of like, would you find it strange if someone came up to you and be like, "Oh my god, you're American, I love your accent, like it's so amazing, I only have crushes on American boys." Like, it's kind of like on that
Yeah,
it's on that level where I'm like, I kind of understand it's a thing, but I don't really understand why it has to be a thing. Like,
right.
Yeah. Like, why are all the characters British? You can have a man in a nice fitted waistcoat who isn't British. The irony that is something that happens if you're a southerner leaving the South. Leaving the South. Either
Leavening is the process of bread, mechanical or
mechanical bread.
Mechanical leavening or natural leavening.
Yes.
2 types of bread processes with the yeast.
Because
baking
Americans
soda.
don't dress nice, only like we're going to the gym. See, here's the thing, Ariel.
I'm wearing basketball shorts right now.
Here's the thing, Ariel. People don't wear that. Like,
You don't see posh cunts with tweed on all the time in London, right? Like, they're not.
no,
everywhere.
like it's not like I think that one of the reasons I do like a good waistcoat is because you don't really see them that often. Like,
It's a proper boy.
like you don't really see people. If no one got me, I know Jackson got me.
That's r/new sentences right there.
But yeah, people don't really wear, like, obviously people wear like suits for work, but I feel like that's probably the same in the US, right? Like, if you work in an office and you have to go to the office, people tend to wear like,
Yeah, business attire. I'd agree.
yeah. So probably because they've never been there too. They're gonna be so disappointed if they're expecting all of the posh people.
That's like going to the South and expecting 10-gallon hats, bolo ties, and big belt buckles. I mean, sure, you'll get some every once in a while, but not everybody dresses like that.
You're
A lot
more
of them dress
likely
like
to just
normal.
meet all of the chavs.
Right. Oh boy, the chavs. I love Red Dwarf, man. I'm learning so much about fucking Liverpool accents and stuff.
Wait, is there a guy in Red Dwarf that has a Liverpudlian accent?
That's the main guy, yeah? Isn't he chav?
Sai, I may need you to come in for this one because I have no idea.
He sounds like he's from Liverpool. If not, then one of the fellas in the first episode have a Liverpool accent.
I know Bucciarati. I know who Bucciarati is.
But yeah, I think so. If you didn't have, so you're saying you're not able to classify this person on your preferred sexy man list, not because we're wholly using the sexy man trait. Your own personal opinion is you are separating Wilson because of the British trope. Like, you don't have an opinion on it because it's the British thing is why he got one.
Yes, for now. I might
Okay.
put him in I might put him in something next stream. But for now, I'm saying why is it gotta be British?
I'm surprised there's not been a lot of British
Craig
folks.
Charles, that name rings a bell. There's someone on Red Dwarf. There was the person who did Robot Wars. Is that him? Oh my god. Have you ever seen Robot Wars?
I've seen a bit of Robot Wars.
I love Robot Wars so much.
Because you love the robots. Craig Charles did go on Robot Wars, yeah.
Okay, I know who it is then.
He hosted it from series 2 till 7.
Yeah. I love Robot Wars.
I know you do. Little robots. The little guys flipping.
I mean, it's not just like a show of like, oh, little guys. It was a battle. It's Robot Wars. Robots were destroyed, Jackson.
Did you have one that you were hoping would win and did he?
Me and my little brother Bear used to collect, like, because they used to make toys of the Robot Wars.
Oh, it was that
robots.
big.
Yeah, we used to collect them. Because they used to have, like, again, I don't know how much you know about Robot Wars, but it was mainly a case of like people coming in bringing their own robots to fight against each other, but then if like shit wasn't going down quick enough, they'd bring in the house robots, and that's
Which was
when
Hypnodisc, right?
yeah, the ones with all of the crazy, like, you know,
Those things fucking
circular,
clean
yeah.
ass, dude.
Wait, there was
It's
one
like,
who was
this
just
shit is not interesting. Let's get in here and fucking kill him.
yeah, there was one that just had an old lady's name. I can't remember what that one is. It's been so long for, like, Matilda. I want to watch Robot Wars now.
So, so the 4 house robots that we saw was Dead Metal, Matilda, Sergeant Bash, and Shunt. And then later additions were Sir Kill-A-Lot, Mr. Psycho, Growler, and Cassius Chrome.
I don't know the last 3, I don't think.
The last 3 were from series 2, 6, or sorry, they were from series 6 and 7.
There
So
goes
that may be why.
Oh my god, I really want to watch Robot Wars now.
I am so down to watch Robot Wars. Like, the Sentinel and the Gauntlet stage would be banging.
I don't know if it's gonna hold up, but like I fucking love that shit. And like you'd be on the edge of your seat, you know, when there's like two robots fighting, and there was that
and
bit.
Shove and Dozer come in.
Okay, I find it really funny that Metaton's song came on now. But anyway, like you'd be on the edge of your seat when because there were like parts of like the arenas that would like fall down, and if you fell into one of those holes, it's game over. You're not getting out of there. But they'd be like fighting another robot, and like because obviously some have like claws that like capture the other robots. So sometimes like with like Shunt, for example, they just shove them. Like there'd be ones that like are on teetering on the edge, and it's like, like, are they gonna fall? Aren't they? Are they gonna be able to turn this around? Like,
I love that I can hear Sai typing away because Sai has comments about Robot Wars. I love it so much.
Did you go to sleep because got a long day tomorrow? That's okay. I hope you sleep well, Aira. Don't rate Professor Venomous low. I don't know who that is. So they might, but we'll see. We'll be doing another we'll be doing another stream of this, so maybe you can come along for Sir Venomous's
tier. We are on page 10 of 76 on my doc.
7 streams left.
Let's fucking go, dude!
And this is why you don't get me talking about
We
musicals.
went through some titans of conversation
We
on this
did.
list.
I think we spent almost an hour just talking about Homestuck.
And Onceler, yeah. It's hard, though, because they start with the fucking big ones, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so Onceler, Five Nights at Freddy, Gravity Falls, fucking Danganronpa, and Homestuck. Like, that is a huge jump. And then Junko and Sans, hello?
Yeah.
GLaDOS. I mean, these are major fucking things.
So, yeah.
It's funny, everyone's going to bed, which means
it's
we should take
yes.
Barry.
Well, I am going to bed as well, but sweet dreams, bye. I hope you sleep well. We're finishing anyway, so don't worry. We'll be doing another stream for the next ones at some point. I'll let you guys know when. I'm not entirely sure, because we just did this because I had an extra day off. But yeah, we'll see. Musical talk stream one. Lisa Bears, would you actually care about that? Because I could happily talk about, like, shows for 3 hours. I mean, how long was I talking to you about musicals?
I can throw together a musical tier list if you're interested.
That would be... we turn Fridays into tier lists with Jackson, right?
Hey man, I'm cool to be the tier list PD in the back while you fucking... I don't want to say jammer on, because that's rude, but like, while you provide the talk, I got the dates and times and stuff. I can be your Jamie to your fucking... What's that guy? Joe Rogan? Jamie, look up that picture of that monkey for me real quick. Let me see that monkey. Jamie, pull up real quick. Wow, look at that fucking thing. It's just Diesel. That's you with High School Musical and musicals and everything else. Like, oh my god, look at that picture.
But also, can I say this? Honestly, listening to people talk about things they love and passionate about is one of your favorite things. Me too! I love that. But that makes me happy. Can I save this? I might just have to print screen it and like redo it next time.
You can. You can if you log in, I believe you can save them, but I also screenshotted your current standing with everything if you can't, so you're good.
Ariel, this kiss is for you Shush! It's Ariel kiss time! Baby slut, this kiss is just for you on your sweet little forehead. Mwah! Carry on.
You can save or download below all the images.
Thank you, Josen. You can! Wow!
I didn't want you to see that because there's a lot of boys that you scribe by.
I could happily do a 12-hour stream on Bloodborne. Bloodborne is one of the games that I would love to be able to play because the world looks, sounds. I'm just so interested by all of it.
I need a cuckoo for my Bloodborne run.
Yes, maybe Laserbears could be your cuckoo.
That's what it is, though, right? Like, I was comfortable playing Skyrim because I have, like, people who know all about it.
Yeah.
Which for to help, right?
Like, when I had Cuckoo on Wednesday, I was like, yay! I've got... Because...
Dear God, Cuckoo, what do I do here? Okay, so fire and ice the
Yeah.
mechanism.
I
and
would
you're like,
never
how
have
the
known
fuck
that.
Do you know that?
Yeah, because I'm like, I know that there's books. Like,
it's not intuitive.
like, at what point does it say, like, oh, you should put them here? Like, I feel like if you don't know that, you would spend ages just, like, firing and icing random parts of the room, right?
Right.
Anyway, let's not get distracted again. Let's go back to the home screen.
Am I on the home screen?
You are. You are on the home screen. Yeah, this has been really fun. Thank you for stopping by, and that was Oblivion, not Skyrim, but Josh and I have this run. Are my hands cold? Wait, what?
Like,
Where we max out the close range ice attack? That sounds really funny. If you're interested, there's an essay someone wrote called The Pale Blood Hunt, which is a pretty extensive collection of the lore and also available in audiobook. Ooh! I might save that name. Yeah, this has been really fun. I know this stream has been me pretty much just outing myself and info dumping, but I appreciate you guys sticking around for that. And Jackson, thank you so much for being the bearer of the knowledge that I do not have.
This was a enlightening experience for me. I can safely say that I am comfortable with almost all iterations of Sexy Man media, and that is something that I can put in my last will and testament on my deathbed, that my grandchildren will know that I spent a large amount of my time in my youth on the internet talking to strangers about other strangers' obsessions.
Okay, so we're probably gonna end up rating Poe, but just for shits and giggles, should we see who else is on? Artie, we're just about to finish! Also, I know that, Ramshackle, you said something about, Speedwagon. I'm sorry I didn't catch it. Yeah. Ricky is playing Nia, but also we know that he...
Like Nier.
I do, but he just...
But he harms the robots.
He does harm the robots, and that makes me sad.
I also would like to apologize again for harming that boar in Genshin.
It's okay. No hurt the robots. Exactly, they're good friends. But maybe we'll do... You know what?
Unless it's Robot Wars.
Unless it's Robot Wars.
That's different.
That's different. They're made for battle. They consent, yeah.
Matilda knows what she wants.
Maybe we'll do a game choice again, because Neb is on as well playing Splatoon 3, and we love Neb here. And Neb's Splattin', and Neb has helped me a lot on streaming, so I appreciate that. Vera knows what must be done. So let's do a quick poll to see. Obviously, I will just pick if you guys don't want to. But we have me, Automata, Splatoon 3, Persona 4, Personification. Atomic Kitten's on it. Isn't she in your group? Team? Team's the word.
What was the name?
Atomic Kawaii.
Yes, she is. I thought you said Automatic Kin, and I was like, I don't know who that is. Yeah, Atomic Kawaii is part of the Capsule Collective.
Hit exclamation capsule, but no, I'm joking.
She's a cutie though. You would like her vibe if you haven't seen her stuff.
I have. I follow her because you've raided into her before. Do you play Splatoon? No, but I want to. I'm thinking of getting it and getting a team together to help me learn how to do it. The poll is up.
I'm gonna buy Splatoon. I was gonna do 2 for Salmon Run, but now that I know 3 has Salmon Run, I might have to get in there because Riku plays Splatoon as well.
Ooh.
And I may do that in the future.
round up
Yes.
some friends to play.
I do, because I know a lot of people that play it, and it feels like the kind of game that I might actually be able to, like, not be useless in, because I'm not good at
There's
FPS
PvP.
games. I know there's
Also.
PvP, but I think it's, because it's, obviously you can hit people, but you can also just focus on, like, getting paint places.
You want to splat on them hoes.
Yeah. But, like, I don't know, because I'm never gonna be, like, good at, like, your Call
No
of
shot, there's a
Duty,
three-way
your
tie.
Overwatch,
There's
your...
no way.
Is there?
Three-way tie.
Woo!
Sorry.
Okay.
What were you saying? Call of Duty, Overwatch,
Like, I'm
and
never gonna be good at
FPSs?
those games, but I feel like Splatoon is one that I might at least get a chance to be okay with. Okay.
Just booyah.
It's been so funny seeing all of the different, like,
Booyah.
lockers of people just putting are they, like, Easter Island heads or something?
Oh yeah, yeah.
We haven't raided Neb before, and since we're talking about Splatoon,
I
maybe
think
we
that's
raid
a
Neb.
natural segue.
Because I have raided Ricky, I have raided Poe, so it seems nice to be able to raid Neb.
You
Neb,
have strengthened your bond with Poe today. I have noticed.
but that's also the one thing I kind of want to raid into Poe with, like, a raid message about Dimitri.
Dimitri Appreciator Poe. Okay, do a coin flip. You want me to do heads for Poe, tails for Neb?
Yes.
Alright. It's tails, so that's Neb.
Okay. That's fine with me.
You can do a soft raid with Poe. We can all go over there while we raid Neb and be like, Dimitri.
That's kind of mean, though.
I mean, you can just say, like, hi, I loved your chatting today. Like, not actually go and raid. Like, you can just go talk to her, you know?
You're giving me options when I don't have a brain. Also, Ramshackle Salvage, this kiss is for you on your sweet little forehead. Mwah! There you go. That's you don't have to be curious anymore.
I would say tails, so that's officially Neb. If that.
Okay, we'll go with Neb. We've not raided Neb before.
I think that's a good call.
So here is the raid message. If you have my emotes, it's the second one. If you don't have my emotes, you can use the first one. And yeah, let's all just be nice to Neb. Neb is lovely. They have a lovely voice. They're really comfy. And yeah, so let's raid Neb. Let me get Neb's stream up. And yeah, so this has been really, really fun. I don't know when we'll next do another one, but I will let you guys know on Twitter and on the Discord if you want to join. I've had a lot of fun, and again, thank you for coming. Thank you, Jackson, for being here. Yay, I love getting ads for horror films on stuff. I will see you guys on Sunday, probably for more Pokemon. I will let you know. Thank you for spending time with me. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Have a good evening. Make sure that you are staying hydrated. Get some food. And I will see you soon. Bye-bye. Do you want to say bye-bye, Jackson?
Bye, everybody.
Bye.